Good morning, team. Today is September 22nd, 2015. Welcome to our Blue Sky Live day trading class and Q&A for all you new viewers. We offer a daily free class that you guys can learn about day trading and everything in between. So thanks again for joining. Hope you guys have a great trading day and are ready to make some money because I am. If you all have any questions, feel free to drop those in chat. More than glad to answer any questions you all have about charts, uh, getting a new prop account, where to start. That is our function here in the whole day session, is that we answer questions, help new traders or even seasoned traders with all things trading, so from trading psychology to implementing strategies or how to get started trading. Don't forget Coach Matt here at Blue Sky Live, a market maker with over 15 years of experience, offers a free day trading class after market close every Thursday, and that's a free offering to any of our members. So don't forget to stop in the Discord after market close on Thursday. That's every Thursday, offered free from Blue Sky Live. And also, we've got our launch plans on sale for $49 and $69. Don't forget to check those out if you're looking to get started in your journey of day trading. Those plans are flat fees with no activation fee required. So, what are you waiting for? Check those out today and sign up and get started on your trading journey. Again, good luck to you guys. We're about 4 minutes in from the bell. I'm going to jump in the Discord because we got about 22 members there waiting for us now. I will see you guys shortly. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's weekend? Can you folks hear me there in Discord? Just want to make sure that you all are able to hear and see us. Perfecto. Good morning, RQ. Good morning, Tiffany. Good to see you. Anon, good to see you. A few folks already popped in, ready to rock and roll. Why is my view inverted? Is that backwards? Are you guys able to see this backwards too? Huh. Why is this backwards? Let's change this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry about that. Yeah. is the strangest thing? Why is my preview here coming up backwards? Why is it mirroring it backwards? Interesting. Why is this backwards? Well, that's weird. Why is this backwards? Well, market rip into the upside here. What is that? Go ahead and kill my videos. That way, Crom can have his chart up. He's ready to go. Get a nice pusher into the open. Finally breaking out. It took all night for this breakout. Oh my god. I waited for this most of the night. I gave up. I got tired of waiting for this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, Riz, it looks like, are you muted?
No, I am not.
It says no mic next to his icon.
No, I am able to speak. I believe some folks in Discord can hear me.
I Can you speak now?
Yes, absolutely. I can speak right this second.
Oh, okay, yeah. It looks like you were muted in Discord. Now you should be unmuted.
Oh, okay. So I guess I was muted.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but
It's all good.
what are you seeing this morning? I totally missed this long.
I was waiting for a test of the overnight or the prior day highs. You know, we didn't really even do that. We consolidated so tight, rejected at what? Let's see, that was 24,825 at the London. It looked like we were going to start to rip, and then we rejected. It wasn't until about an hour after the London open that we actually started to make some kind of move in some general direction. For the most part, it wasn't though. It was, yeah. Gold had some decent moves in the overnight session. I did see that. I tracked it throughout the night. A couple of members had messaged me about it. We did have a good, probably a better move on gold than on Nasdaq through the overnight session. Stopped at 1 a.m. with the first rejection there, the pullback, and then proceeded to go up to the upside. Matter of fact, ES is already broken above Friday's orb. Oh man, Nikki, nice. Oh man, that's a move right there. Congrats on that. Oh, 12%. Congrats. I like it. Right on. Congrats, brother. Congrats. That's a nice way to start your week with a little bit of money in the port, right? And close those out. And we do have zero DTEs on gold today, huh? Wow. I should have rolled some calls on gold. I'm hearing Apple is ripping to the upside. Yeah, there goes Apple pushing 250.89 to the upside. That might just be your mover for the day that will probably sway the market. I was hearing some news about GME over the weekend. Look at that, up 1.28% for the day. I was hearing that GameStop might actually move this week. Hearing Tesla is ripping as well. Yeah, it's coming in on itself, kind of settling in. Retesting Friday's orb high. You're at 6,707. Imagine NQ should be doing the same kind of move as well. I still got some of y'all's targets on there. I just left them up there. MJ's 24,800 has been support for us for a minute, it looks like. Let's see if this holds. A little preemptive. We're a little bit early, but I'm just kind of laying them out so they're kind of ready. Wow. Didn't even, still haven't taken out the overnight high on NQ. So right now your overnight high on ES or NQ would be 24,878.50.
Let's see what happens.
Market pulled back in pretty good on itself here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we do have some nice upside targets, so this is not necessarily a bad thing. All right, buyers stepping back in on NQ, buying this dip back up. Go looking like it wants to give it up. Maybe even kind of dip here in the open. Not looking too strong or bullish here in the morning session.
This is gold.
Yes, sir, gold. if Nasdaq starts to get flat, you can look at gold, and there's a pretty decent chance that gold will be moving where Nasdaq will be in too tight of a consolidation. So, and then also days that gold has zero same day expiration contracts. It also has a tendency to make some decent moves those days. It might be because of how overextended NQ was, you know, the divergence that happened between the two contracts on NQ. It might have been during that time that it might have diverged, because I was talking to another friend of mine about that, the divergence between the both with the two contracts on Nasdaq. It used to be the inverse. Yeah, same. I was talking about Nasdaq and well, I was talking about gold specifically. Well, yeah, I was talking about both. I was talking about both as well. But we were talking about how at what point Nasdaq diverged on the two contracts. And I was thinking about that with gold. Gold might have diverged when that happened as well, because they both don't have the same expirations. Just ideas. ES holding looks like it's made a little bull flag here on the three. And for NQ is looking fairly bullish here in the morning session. Interesting. I'll try to test. And it looks like those orbs for NQ have pretty much filled themselves out. They can pretty much stay where they're at. Top side of the opening range break on the NASDAQ will be 24,857. Bottom of that will be 24,813. Hey, Business Lens, good morning. Any giveaways today? Not off the top of my head. I'll get with our marketing team and I'll see what we can do if we can get maybe a giveaway for this week. How about that? Took a shot at 24,800, got no heat, done day 450K evals waiting on Blue Live now. Congrats, Ace. Congrats.
Oh, I'm zoomed way too far.
All right, what are we gonna do here, NQ? Gonna keep holding this and going up. Come on. Okay, there goes NQ. Come on. Come on, give us that push. Come on, do it. Spy starting to move to the upside. Yes, it's starting to push as well. There we go. Come on. Can we get it? And you kind of rejecting here the top of this range. Yes, still pushing though. Let's go. Apple's starting to rip, pushing those upper highs here this morning, continuing its move. Okay, there goes ES. Come on. Come on, push NQ. Push ES. Let's go. Let's get this bullish move going. All right, NQ is starting to break out as well. Goes the market ripping to the upside. Let's go.
And there it goes.
You long on the market right now?
No, I'm not. I was actually looking for for the bottom of this range.
Got it. That's an ugly rejection on NQ. I ended up picking up QQQ 664 calls for today.
Oh, nice.
Come on, ES. Pick it up. Uber is making new all-time highs. Anyone looking at transport? Bulls are stepping in here on ES and buying this up. And we got consumer confidence coming through here shortly. We got a few more Fed speakers through the day. Sorry about that. There is no consumer confidence. That's EU. Goes yes. making its push up. Come on, Bulls. Step in here. Buy this. Take it up. Let's go. Market's struggling here at these highs. It's a slow grind on the ES. Not a lot of volume. You can see that in the candle. Super thin. I took a long on gold. Might get stopped out on. Long looking real good, Riz. Just caution about sweeps the pies. Yeah, now. And I've got my stop on the money on my contract now. Like $1 out the money on my stop. Definitely struggling. Not moving as fast as I'd like to see it. There we go. I'm 57 cents in or 40 cents out the money on these calls. Not doing too bad though. Up what am I up? 47% on these calls right now. Let's see how we do. Come on, let's go. Friday low back test. Interesting. So the Russell is dipping. Let's take a let's take a quick look right now. Hmm. Not dipping. It's right over the 200 now. Oh yeah, this is Friday's. Yeah, we just broke Friday's low on the Russell. That's what you're saying. Take a look at the Dow, see what the Dow's doing. Same thing for the Dow. Looks like it's starting to push. Hasn't retested the overnight lows though. Oh, it just did. It rejected off of those. Go back to ES real quick. Goes ES. There goes ES. SPY starting to rip to the upside too. Let's go.
So the Russell and the Dow are going down, but the SPY and Nasdaq are going up. Or
No, they look like
yes.
they're no, the Russell was testing the overnight low. So that can act as a resistance level. So it's kind of like if you're looking at it just to see what it does, if it rejects or if it breaks through it. If it rejects, that might just be a telltale sign that, we're at our top of the day, roughly. I mean, so far the market is still bullish here in the opening session. So for the time being, different move than we normally see. Normally we just get that push, we get the rejection, and then we start to kind of sell in, and we have an inside day. And like like Ace just posted there in chat, Apple and Tesla are carrying the market, meaning that Tesla and Apple are breaking out. Apple is just ripping faces off. So with those two big heavy hitters in the Mag 7 ripping, you'll see upside. There'll be enough to carry the market up. Let's get the heat map up for the morning session. Still a lot of red across the market, but you can see Apple is up 2.45 and Tesla is up 4.10%. So it really depends on what Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Amazon do. Any of those guys wake up and you'll get a real crazy move up. The market will really start to get some legs. I'm gonna raise my stop on my SPY contracts. Move back over to gold and see what gold's doing. They're kind of consolidating. It's like RQ might not have gotten stopped out yet. Congrats. Congrats, bro. Well, that's good. No stop filled yet. Makes two of us. Dang. It looks like I'm gonna get
Three of
stopped
us.
out here. Come on, don't stop me out. Don't.
Where's your stop?
Right about where oop, I'm stopped out. Yeah, but I'm trading a contract, so the stop will be it won't relate to what you're doing at all. They won't correlate just because I'm trading the contract itself. I'm not trading the actual like strike of like ES. All right, well I'm out on that for almost 5% gain on that trade.
I stopped in the money. Nice.
Yeah, sure. Nacho wants that orb low on NQ.
What's your blow?
Orb low on NQ would be 24,813.
I would love that. Let's go. My fear on trying to hold for or below is that is this just a pullback?
Could
Yeah,
very
that's always
well
the
be to
question.
the not the
It's the same thing that
bullish.
happened down here. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's sort of the same thing. You get this double top and then a pullback below a previous low. Same exact thing that happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Pullback below the previous low, and then it rips the upside.
Yep.
Previous swing low, that is.
Apple's making some fresh highs, continuing to carry the market.
What's our daily chart looking like? Hmm. I'm starting to think my stop is too obvious. It did already play out, but is it going to play out again? Oh, okay. Stop that.
There's that rip to the upset on the market.
Mm-hmm. And we fell right back in.
Oh, congrats. Congrats, get him on that. Solid trade, bro. Solid trade. Yeah, matters. Sure does. Market push into the upside now. There's that push to the upside. Let's go. Yes. Dang. And those calls are in the money now. God. Man, why did I have to get stopped out? Wow. Dang. I mean, it's hard for me to paper hand when I got stopped out ace. I know you love to point out how horrible of a trader I am, but yeah, I got stopped out. It wasn't my fault. I just got stopped out, man. You should have bought more so I wouldn't get stopped out, man. It's your fault. I'm holding you responsible for getting stopped out. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get stopped out. I would love to be in the trade still. It's just, put my stop in the money. And I took losses last week, so I'm down from the week, so you know, and I don't want to deposit money in my options account. So sorry. Looks like we're still creeping into this channel. It's just slow grind up, not explosive. That's just because the indices are slowly grinding up. Apple and Tesla. So the translation into Nasdaq and ES is slower. That's why it's a slow climb up. You'd have to have some kind of market moving event to have an accelerated move. But when you get through levels, you'll see a nice expansion because you'll when we break through like liquidity levels, that's when you'll see that exaggerated candle. You get the move up, and then you'll see like a 50% retracement on that big move where buyers were in there and they'll take profit because they're scalping the move, and that's it. It is a new week. I don't even know how much stuff I had last week. I had a bunch of different stuff. I mean, the only thing that kind of carried me last week was gold. Gold was what, kind of kept me afloat last week because the ranges are so tight. But you need a good expansion on the SPY or the Q to make a good amount of money. Yeah, that gold zero DTE was what paid. Yeah, it's just hard to make money on SPY and QQQ because you need a good move. And since we only move, an average of 0.5% in the day, it doesn't leave a whole lot of, you can't get like a 500, 800% gainer on those. You're gonna probably end up with more along the lines of, 30 to 50% gains on it. It's just like right now, those calls I'd be up 100% on those calls right about now. And that we're kind of puttering out here. What, going into the London close? We're 3 minutes into it. So I wish I could trade options in the overnight. If I could trade options in the overnight, I'd kill it. It'd be so much easier. I wait till the London, buy a call or a put at that point and just hold it. I bet you premiums are going to
Uh,
be high if you
hey,
open that up.
Riz.
Hmm.
I just realized I can't see your screen on Discord.
When I do the camera like I normally do, it was coming up inverted. It was coming up flip. Look, see how my chart is like completely backwards on the camera
No, no,
now.
it looks fine.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My preview is inverted, so I see it completely backwards. That's why I took it off. So like for me, it looks like mirrored. So that's why I didn't have it up. I'm so sorry. That's actually what I see. So I didn't have it up for that specific reason.
Okay. Yeah, it looks great.
Okay, cool, 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 cool.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this new Discord update. It took me a few minutes to figure that out earlier today. I had to like share my screen a different way. I just updated my Mac as well to Mac OS Tahoe. And it was it's a little different. Everything's like glassy looking.
Hmm.
Like and this computer's brand new. Like it shouldn't go slow, but it has been stuttering a little bit.
Hmm.
2000 tick chart. Well, I have a 4,000 here.
Well, looks like we've already tested that spot tomorrow. Like we're already going for it. Struggling here at 24,900. There's Becky's call from last week on Thursday. So we're at that level now. 24,900. It's a good cycle level. What will we do here though? And it's like a bull flag kind of day though. It's got a little bull flag right here. Created a little one right here. It's a very good possibility if it keeps doing it. Mark you. Still shooting for zero, bro. Tomorrow, Elliott wave maybe on the fifth, on the 15 on wave three right now. I was a few days late, but it's okay. MJ deserved a copy. Yeah, I gotta get with with the marketing team so we can get her taken care of. I didn't have her. Look at my target at 25K. Well, it's up there, Ace. So I left it up there. You guys had those much higher targets. Wanted to see how long it would take for us to get to those. I can't watch this. It's so weird to see it. It's gold doing. It's struggling. No, I saw that. I saw that. Nice. Congrats. Did we just lose connection to YouTube? Let's see. Nope, I'm still live. What is that? In your dreams, Pedro. In your dreams. Oh my goodness. I feel you on that, brother. Enjoy your break. Looking at gold, looks like it might just make a move. Is gold gonna finally start getting some legs and moving through this? Silver rupee two in the overnight. I post a chart, but I guess I'm still a monkey. I'd mark this price on NQ here. This is pretty much the neckline on the channel. We break here at some point and retest the other side. We could get that big blow off top we've been looking for. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking. I've been wondering when we're gonna get the blow off because it'll come, it'll happen. Just a matter of when. We know that everybody's waiting. Folks are waiting for moves on both sides, up and down. October should be good. I think so. I think so. There goes gold. Gold starting to rip. I was looking at 343 calls. They're sitting at 32 cents now. They're a quarter out the money at 29 cents. There goes gold. Look at that candle. Ah, gold is breaking out. You couldn't be more correct.
All right, before I get off here, guys, real quick, can everyone actually, you know what, let me create a poll.
Things invincible. Not even back testing Steve's level 888. Yeah, for right now, and the market is very bullish. I was trying to get into 344 GLD calls for today. They were like at 7 cents. I've got my bid at 7 cents for them. I got a few. You guys know I've been picking them up, the last 2 weeks for about that much and running them up to 300-400%. Let's see if we can grab that today.
All right, can everyone in Discord please vote? Let me know what your favorite account size and plan is at Blue Sky. Yeah, I'd love to hear why. I just went based off of what some of our more popular plans are. I know we have some others, like the direct to funded and the 300K.
I think you're kind of running out of steam here. The top of this trend. We're at the top of the hour with 30 minutes left for the London close.
All right, Riz, I'm gonna get off for now, or I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I will let you guys know if this ends up working out. I kind of just got a little tilty this morning. Kept trying to pick tops. Should not do that on Mondays.
Yeah, trying to call the top is very, very difficult, especially, if you're trying to anticipate like what has happened the past few weeks that, we get that aggressive move up and then we dip after the open, and today's proving not to be like that, proving to be a very bullish day. I mean, look at me. I got stopped out on my long. I mean, man, I feel you.
Yeah,
That's what makes this
I was
thing
seeing
so
this.
difficult.
I was seeing this downtrend here, and I was trying to play this as a top, and then later on, I saw this. Here, let's realign this as like some resistance. That didn't work out. Um, and then afterwards, I have this uptrend, and we bumped into that. And now it looks like we just broke through it, so that also didn't work out. This is why I am a permabull. I'm so bad at shorting this market.
Well, it's not easy, brother. It's not easy, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's also so hard to like buy the market this close to the highs, or we're at all time highs. I mean, how do you how do you limit risk? It seems like the only. I mean, obviously, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. But that being said, how do you when if you try to think about this logically, which you shouldn't, um, it you would expect a pullback,
So if you're
but
late to the party,
expectation,
so like if you're late to the party and you want to participate in the bull run, how do you minimize your risk and where do you find the entry to gain participation, right? So that's your question.
yeah,
It's a
yep,
tricky question because first and foremost, what is your background as a trader now at this point tells you one at the very beginning is that if you try to take the trade, you're going to be chasing, right? So
yeah,
that's your first technical analysis is that if I jump in right now, I'm chasing and I'm going to get stopped down. So you really got to lean on being disciplined and understanding that I'm late to the party, but I want to participate. How do I get into this? You have to be patient and wait for the pullback. If your thesis is that, hey, like me, if I'm talking to myself, it's like, hey, Riz, I missed this whole move. I missed this whole move, but I want to participate. Then I really need to say, okay, well, I'm going to wait until we either get to 24,903, we come back to 900. And the reason you want to do that is because you got to wait for the most optimal entry. Market is already kind of running overextended. Some people will consider it overbought at this point. So you got to give yourself a fighting chance and the best opportunity that the outcome is going to be in your favor. So for
Mhm.
in those instances, then I'll start kind of looking through the time frames. How strong is the trend? This trend is very strong right now. Then I'll look at the 1 minute and see if I can find any type of reoccurring pattern. So like right now, it looks like the 1 minute offers some opportunities for entry that as the market pulls back on the 26 could get a little bit of a pullback in, and that would be your entry. So you'd want to be looking at, you know, where can you find a confluence that could offer you support, especially being at all-time highs.
I guess that makes sense.
Well, I mean, yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
mean, I
Ace.
remember. I think it, towards the middle of last week, I just came in and I said, okay, you know what? Like, I'm just going to be buying highs, and that seemed to work, right? Like, I was buying the high, and the market went higher.
Mhm.
Now that like went against everything that I try to practice as a high reward over risk trader. Like I want to shoot for at least double my risk on each trade. Um,
Mhm.
but that seemed to, I mean, maybe that's the new norm. Maybe that's the way that we need to start viewing the market. It's like just buy high, sell higher instead of buy low, sell high.
I mean, that's the unfortunate fact you're gonna kind of be stuck with sometimes, and hindsight is gonna do that to you. That it's gonna make you kind of look at it and be like, well, should I just be more aggressive? But then your win to loss ratio can get very skewed by doing that, being too aggressive. And that's one reason why I say you go down to a lower time frame. Like right now, you could probably possibly take a trade at this point here. There's your entry for your pullback. You're dipping below the 26. You don't have many more points to go before you may not want to have too big of a stop on it since the trend is so bullish. Ace, I think, is asking when you want to short this, right? On the 15 minute, you'd want to short it. But the problem is that you're fighting the trend, and I don't like to fight the trend. The trend is your friend. That means that you're calling the top on the market. We've already, if you've been trading with us, the last few weeks, you'll notice that we get pivots through the day that I specifically look for, although the market has been very bullish. So you have to look for a reason to give you what you want. Like you want to short the market, right? Right, Ace? You're
Mhm.
you're saying the 15 minute looks like we should short the market, but you need to look for a reason for that. What is selling? Let's look at the heat map and take a look. What is give what and when you say short, what are you looking for? Are you looking for 20 points? Are you looking for 50 points? What exactly? So that's where, those pieces to the puzzle are going to start kind of coming in, is that how are you kind of formulating your idea and what specifically are you looking for? What kind of move are you looking for? Maybe you want to just take a quick short, pull back in the market. But okay, you just mentioned a few minutes ago about shorting the market, right? So you could have taken what, 20 points down, right? But now you're here. Do you continue to hold the short even though the market is bullish? You move your stop into the money. So there's nothing wrong with what you're looking at, but it's all a matter of what are you trying to get out of the trade. So different questions are going to have different answers for them. Are you shorting because you're trying to go back to that orb low? Probably not going to get that today. If you're shorting for a few points, probably so. But I think for the sake of the conversation that McCrum and myself were having, is that he's looking at the market being bullish and how would you enter it, and that's how I would look at it. I'll look at a sub time frame, and I'll look for the pullback, because for the time being, we're in a strong bullish trend. You're going to try to call the top on this. I'm not good at that. You may be a lot better at it than I am at calling the top, but I'm not good at calling the top. So, for that fact, I would prefer to just continue trade the trend. And if the trend gives it up, that's easy. That's a no-brainer. That's an easy thing to kind of say, okay, the market gave up on the bullish trend, we're done. Whereas if I start trying to short a bullish market, I'm going to be more upset with myself, because it's easier for me to say, why am I fighting the trend? Because there's more people that will say you should not fight the trend. There's more people that say that, rather than having traders say, well, wait for the pullback and look for the entry. I think that more traders would be prone to look for the entry on the pullback.
This is a good question. What does reclaim mean?
I think Aaron just dropped that. Says that when it crosses back over in the trend direction. Well, it depends. You could be reclaiming an EMA. So if you roll over the EMA to the upside, that's going to give you that. That's where you're reclaiming, because it means that the bulls are taking back control. So I guess it's just how just terminology that we're using.
Okay.
And what time frame do I like for that? It varies on what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for like this, if I'm looking for the pullback and the re-entry, I would be on a much lower time frame, like a 1 minute to a 30 second is where I would be looking at for that entry to find the continuation. Now, if I was looking for like a change of trend, it would have to be on a higher time frame. I would have to be like at a 15 or a 30 minute for us to be looking for that change of trend, because you're looking for a pivot then, not so much of a reclaim. I'm speaking your language. It's an interesting time frame to look at. I know not a lot of traders look at that, but for entries on a on a trending day, you got to kind of go into those lower time frames, especially if you don't want to get wicked out. I was able to get in my gold long, so let's see how this goes. It looks like the market is starting to kind of pull back some profit taking. We got about 18 minutes into New London Power Hour. Yeah, that's correct, Bay Fisherman. The price structure is above the overnight highs and above the 30-minute orb, so there's really no reason to short. Although what you will have peaks that you can kind of trade the range, like now we know that our top right now is 938. Now you can kind of start, on a 15-minute possibly. You could set some temporary supports. Maybe your next support would be 24,889. So maybe we can come back into this level here, catch a bounce. So you could catch a bid right around there. See if you get that continuation. Take a look at gold. Gold kind of making a bull flag. I like it. I like it. purely technical conversation. I like it.
Hey, does
Michael's
anyone in
in
the
last
chat
week.
here?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
he came in to trade a FOMC. That was exciting.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the chat here know of any affiliate partners or have any interest in being an affiliate partner? And when I say affiliate partner, I mean more like community managers. You know, somebody that manages another. Riz, you spelled my name wrong.
Did I? Oh, you're right. I did. I'm so sorry. You know what? ChatGPT did that. I'm gonna blame it on ChatGPT. I am so sorry. I'll fix that right now. Let's
We'll
see.
we'll blame the AI. All right. I think that's my cue to get off. I'm gonna I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I did not mean to misspell your name. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
See you guys.
Have a great day. Thanks for stopping in.
Two nectarines. Send me a DM.
Slowly converting all my trade buddies to Blue Sky. Good fam here. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Riz, you stuck with me till I get 1 million on Blue Funded. All right, my friend. Hey, you stuck with me as well. I ain't going nowhere. Ain't nowhere else I want to be. Oh man, what is NQ doing here? Look at that. Just stalled out. Everything is kind of doing that. It's weird. I'm loving this right here. This thing is gonna explode. Gold is just gonna bust out. You just see it itching for it. I hope so. Maybe NQ will catch a little bit of a more of a pullback and gold will just start ripping here into New York lunch. Awesome would that be? I'll put some alerts on that. I'm still on those calls, stacked on those. Is Trump speaking today? I'm not hearing anything about him speaking to anyone right now. You guys are looking for those shorts. Might be working decently. You think silver is going to outperform gold in the coming months? It might very well. It might very well. It does look super bullish. And there's zero DTEs. Man, fisherman, bro, look at silver calls. Look at $40 silver calls. They're a penny right now, bro. They're a penny. Literally a quarter out the money. It's vertical right now, and gold is a bit sideways today. Yeah, yeah. I'm up 14% on my gold calls. I went ahead and picked up a bunch of silver $40 calls. I mean, I just bought a bunch of them. And they were a dollar. We're literally a dollar right now. And they're quarter out the money. How can I not buy that? The 24 cents out the money now. Thanks, Bait Fisherman. There goes silver. Huh. Sweet. Yeah, there's no selling pressure on it either. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. NQ still selling. Definitely. I've been buying lows of that IB range and the 150% external low if it really dips. That's smart. That's the way to do it right there. Need was it SLV? That's where we need to go. Bam, right there. What's this one? I don't think so. Nope, not this one. I'm looking for a chart that I lost. I had a chart that would draw for me the bearish and bullish order blocks. I'm not sure why my chart's not doing that anymore. It used to. I'm missing something. Something's not right. I don't know what I did. 15-second fight. Yeah, definitely. Gold's breaking out. It goes gold, almost 57% on those gold calls. Let's go. But that imbalance low in gold just filled at the retest of the overnight high. Yep. Breakout. That's interesting. Blocks. Silver starting to break out. Gold starting to break out. Beautiful. Nasdaq's just kind of consolidating here, trying to retest to reclaim those highs. Let's see if we get that next leg up on it. I'm up 85% on these gold calls now. Let's go. Oof. Bitcoin is dumping. Crypto is just selling right now. So we're doing. So we're not doing anything yet. But it will. It will. Breaking for lunch. Thanks for the input, Riz. Mukram. Hey, anytime. Have a fantastic day, my friend. Thanks. Thank you for hanging with us today. I thought I could rename the channel after I was already in it, and I can't. Won't let me. Can't rename the stage title. Oh man, we're up 100% on these calls now. Gold, let's go. 2 minute is golden for scalps. I know it is, brother. I know it is. The two, the one, the 30. That's where I'll scalp. That's where I kind of. That's where I have always one of my charts just sitting there. Look at that move on gold. Look at that. Let's go. Rip it, gold. Holy moly. Come on, silver. Up 157% on my gold trade now. That's crazy, right? We're looking at NASDAQ, and yet again, we move over to gold and we're making money on gold. I love it. I'm here for it. Oh man, put these things in the money. Put them deep in the money. I'm about 59 cents away from being in the money on these calls. Oh man, well, look at that push on NQ or on gold. Let's go. What's NQ doing now? NQ's struggling, trying to get over. Struggling at 24,923. Still above all the EMAs on the sub time frames, as well as on the 2 minute, 3 minute, and the 5 minute. So that's probably your pullback right there. Throw a nice little trend line there. 45-degree break. You gotta see. We might just have one of those days. Sometimes the market will just do exactly that. It'll just do like 45 breaks. One of my trading buddies showed me this tip. So he looks specifically for the 45s when he sees the breaks. Fairly easy to trade. Yes, yes. Tip showed me this tip. Get your mind out of the gutter, RQ. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I knew it, man. I knew it. I knew it was gonna come out sounding like that. We're good though. We good. Just a tip. That's what tipped would say. That's exactly what he would say. And don't even say that because he'll pop in. He will pop in. is he is he trading right now? Let me see if he's trading right now. No, he's not trading right now. At least I don't see him. He might be busy working. Man, you know who I do miss? I miss having General around. I'm up 214% on this gold trade now. And we have made up for our losses from last week. We are green. We are green for the week. Yes, let's go. That's fantastic. Oh, and there goes my silver trade. Oh my God, silver's gonna rip. I saw those contracts. They went green for like a second. They were like, bling. Not everyone deals well while in drawdown. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I think General's just kind of realigning himself, back in one trade. Yep, exactly. Actually back in two trades because I got stopped out on my QQQ or my spy call, remember? Got that stopped out for 7%, 8% profit. Now I've got the gold trade, gold and silver, so I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm gonna move my stop up a little here. Just I only had it like a dollar in the money, so at the most I would have made $1 per contract. Which not bad, not bad, but want to make sure I secure a little bit more. I'd like to sell these gold contracts for about 62 cents a contract. That would be probably about 50 cents in the money right there. So, and right now we're about 40 cents out the money right now. So but we're slowly grinding. We're slowly grinding. This needs determination. The paper hand to get the first mental win for the week. I'm not gonna poke you on it. All right, all right, all right, all right. Well, the other thing is that, I'm on a new broker. So, the last week I've been learning it and everything else. The other thing also is that I've been doing my best to get a lot better at managing my trades and options because, you know, there is a lot of times I would take losses and there was no need for me to take a loss. I would lose money and there was no good reason for me to lose money. And it was purely for the fact that I was not managing the position properly. So, and I know that if I manage the position better, I actually would be even more profitable long term instead of losing money needlessly for not having the stop, not managing the stop better. So, I'm doing something really different, but I'm also trying to make sure that I maximize the profit I'm taking on the trades, which is something I wouldn't necessarily do before. A lot of times it would be like the contract would just expire worthless on me, and the more often you do that, more money you're losing. So this is kind of just like you guys. I'm also learning a little bit better, trying to get better at this. Got no idea how to manage risk on options. It's very much different, and then also the other sad part, the difficult part, I shouldn't say sad, the difficult part is that if you're trading same day expirations, and then depending on what kind of portfolio you're in, like I trade cash portfolios, so my funds normally aren't settled until midnight. So I don't have, unlike you guys on futures that when you close the trade, the money's there available. I don't have that in a cash account. I've only get what's available cash that I haven't invested for the day. If I've already used it to make an investment, I have to wait until the end of the reopening of the following day for my available funds to be freed again. IV is, you know what? I think IV is easy because you know what it is. It's, between, if you focus on IV and open interest, implied volatility and open interest, you can kind of find your bearings in the options chain. I feel much easier if you focus on those two sets of the Greeks. Now, theta and decay, are are a different beast, but I think theta you don't have to worry about as much as decay on an intraday time frame. I think it would be the probably the one that you would lean on more. Now the reason I say open interest and implied volatility is because it's easy to identify when buyers and sellers are more interested in a strike price. I think that if you've been looking at the charts long enough, you can identify those areas of interest, and then volatility you can tell by the volume in the market. So if you're using a decent volume gauge, or if you're looking at the indices, you can kind of see, or if you know the time of days that that we see that higher volume, like the morning session, you can already know that you can kind of lean in open interest being very high in the morning session because there are more buyers in the morning session. So all you're really worried about then is looking at where your strike is, and then focusing on the open interest to make a contract more valuable. So when you see those two factors, that there's a lot of volatility in the market, and like a bullish day like this, you can see where contracts out of the money will lose value very rapidly, but they will also gain value very rapidly. And that's where scalping zero or same day contracts can be helpful or useful. That if you look at that volatility, like sometimes you'll see me like by that 9 a.m., 30-40 minutes, I've already taken an option straight, I'm kind of done. And that's what that is because there's so much interest, and you have so many people that are trigger happy, that are trying to get ahead of the market. They inflate the value of the contracts. They create a bubble that the contract, it inflates very rapidly in value. So you get that rapid expansion in value. Now, if you're quick on it, you can capitalize on that, and boom, you can make money without the price of the stock being at your strike. Just because there's so much interest, there's so many buyers that are interested in your contracts, and there's so much volatility in the market, that they kind of, the math together on those two guys give you an accelerated value increase. Now, that accelerated value increase will evaporate just as fast. So that's where having that stop, raising it, and putting it there is super important, because that's what's gonna make you or break you at that point. Because the chance of you capturing that kind of value later in the day diminishes as the strike is out of the money or further away from what your strike is. And then you're waiting till mid or end of day, that if the market rebounds and continues its push back up and testing those morning highs. But even then, you may not fully realize the full value of the contracts that they had in the morning session. So, yeah, and some people, that's where they'll get FOMO, because you'll get buyers that are like antsy, they missed the move, they just got to their desk, this is their free moment to take a trade, and now they're trying to get it. So they're doing market orders. They're willing to buy at any price. They're willing to pay any price in at the bid to participate. But they're entering at one of the most dangerous times to enter, because they could pay more price, where someone like me, that I bought it for cents, I'm waiting for that guy. I want that buyer with FOMO. On every trade, there is someone on the opposite side of that trade. Always remember that. There's someone on the opposite side of your trade, whether you're winning or losing. Now, which side of the trade do you want to be on? The winning or losing side? I want to be on the winning side, just like you guys. So that's one reason why I always kind of look for cheaper contracts, to where you'll notice I'm always looking for these cheap contracts that are 7 cents, which is like $7, $15, because I can buy more of them. And if I lose on them, it is not as big of a deal. But when they move, they will move exponentially, and their value, their intrinsic value will go up very, very rapidly. You know, like the contracts I bought earlier. You know, I bought those contracts at what, 7 cents a contract. They're sitting at 21 cents a contract right now. So from $7 a contract, now I'm at $21 a contract. At the peak just a few minutes ago with interest high, I was almost at almost I was at 27 cents a contract. So I've lost 8 cents or $8 while the market is kind of not moving as aggressively. There is not as much interest, and the volatility has somewhat diminished at this peak on in gold in particular, since I am talking about the gold trade. I hear the Bitcoin is starting to catch a little bit of a bid to the upside. About time. And Q still trying to break that 45. Not like we'd like it to, not like we'd like to see. I'm gonna pull up Bitcoin on this chart here. And there goes gold again, pushing, silver pushing. Let's go. Come on, put these $40 calls in the money, silver. Let's do it. I got so many of these things at $1. I'm gonna have a crazy gain if these go in the if these get to the money, these silver contracts are going to print. Sheesh. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm, eyeing gold right now for the time being. Nasdaq's just not giving us what we want. Still tight in this range. Let's put some alerts on Nasdaq so we can see if we're gonna do something. We'll put it on the top of the prior five, or that high five right there at 24,920, and then we'll put another one at the base at 24,902. Although you could probably take the long here, although your stop would probably be anywhere from 897 to 891. Although we're struggling over the 9, we have not completed a candle on the 5 minute above this trend line. So for the time being, I would be weary of the long. It is looking a little weak. I'm up 300% on this gold trade. Yeah, it does. That I'm banking on that. I'm banking that gold has a crazy move. U.S. devaluation, and the U.S. seems to be reversing its bounce since the FOMC meeting last week. There's a lot of downside on the U.S. dollar, which translates to probably 3,900 or more on gold. Whew, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm up 328% on these gold calls now. I just need silver to rip. It keeps starting to bounce now as well. I think she's still struggling here, top of this range. Ace, the move done for the day. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the move is done for the day. You think the move is done for the day? Got about 9 minutes till New York lunch. I don't know. Like he just kind of coasting through here. There goes gold moving. Silver looks like it could do something. Catching that bid. I'm up 371% on this gold trade now. I'm moving my stop on my gold trade. I put my stop on my gold trade at a little over 100%. So worst comes to worst, I will capitalize 100% on this trade. Silver's starting to move. Hey, wait a minute. That's not the way it looks. Not the way it looked on my other chart. Starting to catch some volume on silver, it looks like. And gold's just doing it now. Gold's just going ham. And there goes gold, making that move now. Come on, gold, let's do it. Oh, wow, that's cool. All right, let's see what the poll looks like. Listen, the poll is pretty even between 50K premiums and 200K statics. I personally voted for a 50K premium myself. I think the 50K premium is just the right size. In all honesty, I actually do like the 25Ks too. 25Ks are just so easy to pass now, you know? The move before the move. Tell me about it. Silver starting to kind of crest here. Hmm. Wonder if gold will start doing that as well. I think you just caught a big old candle right now to the upside. Look at that. Blue Sky offers the best static accounts in the industry as far as I can see. That's what initially attracted me to Blue Sky. Yeah, I like the rules that we have on the evals and stuff, and I like the fact that you get paid same day. And that's what brought me into Blue Sky when I was hunting for props. And I was trying to figure it out and you know trying to find my bearing on how to do this thing. That was what I was looking at. Let's go. Let's get it, Nacho. Amoro, sorry. So I've got names hidden because I've got my streaming app up, so I can't see everything. Market inception. That's right. That's right. It's the move before the move. Gold is starting to kind of stall out, but let's see. Silver also kind of moving. All right. Cool, cool, cool. I think I'm going to move my stop up on my gold trade just in case because I'm going to move it up to 21%. How about that? I'm going to move my stop up to 21%. That guarantees that I will lock in a 200% gain on this trade. That's where I'm guaranteed at on this position right now. Like to at least do. Oh man, I'm up 414% on this gold trade now. Let's go. Oh my, wow. This is it's crazy. That's right, more gold. A nasty wick on NQ. Look at that, just that rejection. Ooh man, that's just gotcha right there. Look at that. That's just nasty right here. All those buyers that got trigger happy thinking the breakout and they're all stuck in this whole top of this wick right now. Just instant drawdown. Definitely, my friend. Oh, I'm green from last week now. I made it up and everything now. Now I'm just, managing the position now. Like I said, thanks to Coach Matt on lighting me up on gold. I'm definitely gonna have to, buy him some dinner when I see him soon. Breakout. Nvidia. Nvidia is gonna invest up to $1 billion in OpenAI. Sorry, up to $100 million. I'm a 500%. Let's go. Let's go, gold. Send it. Look at that. Dang. Let's go, gold. That's crazy. I just need silver to do something. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. Calls are 9 cents in the money. Let's go. Hit big thing. His big thing is dollar devaluation. Ah, I got you. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't know about. Wasn't following that, but that's a little interesting nuggy. Mm-mm-mm. What a shame. Kind of eyeing Bitcoin because of the sell. I'm wondering if when we'll start to bid it back up, when they'll start buying Bitcoin up. Well, my silver is starting to move now too. Let's go. Nvidia starting to rip to the upside, translating directly into NQ now, making that upside move. The volume candle is probably a good percentage of buyers on Bitcoin. Might very well be still selling on Bitcoin though. Bitcoins are still a little overpriced though, in my opinion. Nice. Congrats. Congrats on that. Gold's starting to pull back, about ready to get stopped out on this. Somebody is shorting gold right now. Oh my goodness, these guys are crazy. This guy is like down. And Q is starting to rip. My gold calls are up 25, or my silver calls are up 25%. Let's go. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out on my gold trade. It's like 4 cents away from stopping me out on this pullback. That's how much it's pulled back. It's all good though. I moved my stop to 24 cents. Actually, I was gonna move it to here because this is a 300% mark. So this pullback on gold means I still capitalize 300% on my trade. Let's see if they hold the line though. Let's see if they hold it. I'm like 2 cents away from getting stopped out right now. I'm looking at four green 30-minute candles on gold and silver. Yeah, somebody is like shorting it right now. They're like down like a ton of money, like thousands of dollars, like 80 something thousand dollars are down on shorting gold right now. Come on, let's do this. Gold gonna hold this, or what are we gonna do here on gold? I hope we hold this. I want it to make its next leg up. I don't want it to pull back. It looks like we might though. There's NQ ripping, just like we said that 45 break. Well, my stop on silver just got hit, but good move today for sure. Gold is close, just trailing it up. Yeah. Silver hasn't moved enough for me to make any money off those calls. But I got like nothing of risk there. I mean, just those contracts are so cheap. I don't have, yeah. And regardless of what that trade does, I'm Gucci for the day. We're real green. Sell on NQ? What? Whoa, look at that. Look at that move on NQ. Reaching for 25K. Yeah, I'm gonna move my stop to 27 cents on these contracts because I don't want to give up less than 300%. If I get stopped out, I just want to get stopped out with 300%. I'm not willing to give up more than that. So I'm gonna kind of choke up the trade and let the cards lay where they may. Still got my take profit at like another. Whew, what would that be? We'd have another dollar move to the upside. So Nvidia's news today dragging NQ higher. Of course, I mean if they're making $100 million investment in OpenAI, I mean you know everybody that's in the chip space right now, every time they hear AI, they get all giddy. Their eyes, light up, and they're just like buy, buy, buy. And that's proving to be the case here with the news on Nvidia. I mean, look at Nvidia and Apple carrying the market. It's well, it's because of the capabilities and it being emerging technologies, like biomedical. We're almost in that dot-com boom, but it's an AI boom that we're in right now because everyone is everybody's in a fast race to solve, AGI, right? AGI because they know what the implications are to that. Man, Intel is a weird one. It doesn't move like AMD and Nvidia do. It seems like I remember that really it was never really moving up until the talks about the U.S. taking ownership in Intel. I mean, the cool thing about Intel is it's cheap. If you're looking to get into the chips and you don't have a lot of capital, Intel will offer you the entry very inexpensive, but it's not going to give you the it's not going to give you the beautiful it's not going to give you the crazy rewards or returns that Nvidia does. So that's just the unfortunate part of playing that ticker itself. Back up to 400% on these calls. Still just kind of slow moving now. Although it does look like gold wants to kind of sell a little. Maybe some profit taking here at these highs. 19 minutes into New York lunch as well, team. Mm. Whoa, man, that's the gap is still there regardless. Yes. Yeah. Silver's starting to reclaim again, starting to move a little. Oh, there it is. There goes silver. Let's go. Come on, silver. Give it to me. Give me those 40 cents. Put these dollar calls in the money. Full port short NQ. What? I know I saw that got poked out, then it turned higher. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about you, Big Fisherman. I was like, dang, Big Fisherman got stopped out on that one. Yep, it sure did. Gold's starting to sell. Looks like I'm probably gonna get stopped out on this trade. Unless we can pick it up from here. Silver's not giving up though, so that's definitely a good sign. Still got some plays in if I get stopped out on this gold trade. We're gonna NQ ripping 24,968.50. Talk about a bullish day in the market, huh? Man, those calls. Holy Nvidia. Yup, that is right. NVDA was killing it today. My setup is calling for a short on MQ. Range short, by the way. Yeah, we've kind of running out of energy here. It's good for us that are trading NASDAQ or gold. We'll get that push on gold then, maybe. 11. I'm 12 cents out the money on these silver calls now. Yeah, if you're not along already, then you're late to the party on that one. Silver starting to catch a bid. We are almost halfway through New York lunch team, so just keep that in the back burner. I'm locked out, not giving nothing back today. Stay safe, homies. Congrats, my friend. Congrats. He's got a big move on gold. Silver doing still just slow grinding. The whole market is just slowly grinding to the upside. Let's go. Man, why did I have to let go of my spy calls? Why did I have to get stopped out yet again on my spy calls? Eesh. What was I in? 665s? I think I had. Exactly, man. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Ace. I have not gotten stopped out on on my gold trade or my silver trade. So we are diamond handing it, bro. We are diamond handing it. Back up to 414% green on these cons now. I haven't even scaled out, bro. I have not even scaled out. I'm running thick through it. And keep pushing. 24,970 now. 30 points away from 25K on NQ. Wow. What a bullish day. Gold kind of simmering out. Like silver doing the same thing as well. Dang it. Come on, just rep it, gold. Just keep on going. There's no sense in coming back. There ain't nothing for you to see down here. Everything is upside. I think you might be right. Gold catching a bid. Silver just kind of chilling. And he's still repping. Rocketing to the upside. have to admit it's impressive move up. It is. What happened to our blue lines from last week? They're well below us, bro. They're so below us. Oh wait, this is the wrong chart. I gotta figure out which chart it's on. Right here. Is it this one? There it is. Sorry about that, guys. Can NQ reach Ace's target? I think it might. Why am I in a short? Ooh. Close that out. All right. Closed. Uh, Gold still pushing. Silver holding, attempting to break out as well. Like NQ might be going for it as well. Gold calls are back up again, 400%, 457, 457%. Congratulations. NQ going for it. NQ is going for it. The market is bullish, baby. SPX is at a new SPX so low. Why is SPX so low? That can't be right. Oh, a rejection on gold. Some volatility there. Stuffed it. Doesn't want to get above that 412 mark. Put a little alert right right there for gold. Silver breaking out now, finally. Gold struggling. Come on, gold. Come on, break this intraday high. Let's get our next leg up. Come on, break out of this bull flag. You can see it right there. Right. Definitely, price action was clean as butter today. Yes, on smoke today. Let's take a look at ES. All gas, man. Just pedal to the metal on ES all morning. A little bit of a rejection here on NQ. Same for gold and silver. I mean, silver hasn't really moved that much in the last what hour. Testing, trying to push, but not quite doing it. Matt is for sure long. I'm sure Coach Matt is. Sure Coach Matt is. I think he's in chat. I see him. And don't forget, team, we've got our free day trading class every Thursday after market close. So if you folks are struggling, have questions, or would like an opportunity to ask someone that's been in the market with over 15 years of experience as a market maker, it is a perfect time to stop in our day trading class. And that happens every Thursday after market close here in Blue Sky Live's day trading Discord. So stop in, check it out, bring those notes because, you know, man, I'm lucky that I met him because he's taught me a lot since the last couple of months of just hanging out in here with him. So and keep breaking out again. Let's go. Gold not so much. Kind of chilling right now. Kind of processing this big move. Trying to decide. Trying to accumulate buyers for that next leg up. Can only hope. Silver Slow, such a slow grind. These contracts that are one out the money are just like sitting there looking at me like, "Meh." I don't know. Amazing move on AQ. All right, team. We got 20 minutes to the end of New York lunch. 20 minutes. Goes gold. Goes silver. Precious metals making that move to the upside again. Let's go. Goes NQ. Come on. Do it. Do it. I want to be $1 in the money. I'm at $1 in the money. I'll sell these contracts for like 108 a contract. That is a fantastic game. Gold calls ripping again. Silver rejecting at that high. Come on, gold, do it. Definitely the walk-off homer today in the market. Yep. Bitcoin starting to make a little bit of a base here. Oh, gold calls are back up 500%. Let's go. 514% on gold now. Let's go. Holy moly. These things are ripping. Holy Toledo. I'll bust the high of the day on gold now. $20 move for me in gold today. Psh, tell me about it, bro. My portfolio is real green now because of this. I just need silver to do it. Silver moves, man, it's gonna be cray cray. The short's working out good on NQ. Fed Myron is talking, so just be aware of that. Paper, keep testing the setup. Yep. This one. Steam along chart. I don't know where the auto or the bearish and bullish order blocks are. It was on this chart. Nope, this ain't it. What is that? I can change charts on this? I know that was there before. Why is it like that? I've never seen that. Oh, it's been off to the right. Must have been an update. Silver's starting to kind of make a move. Oh, it's rejecting. It's selling. Huh. You can see the channel that that NQ is trying to is trending in. You can kind of see it here. There's the top, there's the bottom of the channel. Now we're just kind of consolidating in this range here. I think we'll see a sell on NQ. Check out gold stalling out as well. The silver's really selling now. Yep. NQ's going for it now, it looks like. Mm, getting that pullback on gold and silver as well. Silver selling much more rapidly than gold is. I mean, 3 cents from getting stopped out again on gold. Oh no. Oh man, looks like I'm gonna get stopped out on these calls. Holding, but dang close to getting stopped out. Come on, pick it up. Stop me out. NQ struggling. Making like a bull flag though here. Got about 8 minutes till the end of New York lunch. See what happens. Oh, there goes NQ. Come on. Come on, a little bit further down NQ. Wow. Jeez. I thought I was gonna get like stopped out on that gold call. How I did not, but I did not get stopped out on it. Sitting like a point above my stop right now. Silver catching a bid. NQ struggling though. NQ is struggling. Come on, gold. Pick it up. Doing gold stop hit. Mine has it. I'm like a $2 away from my stop right now. Each contract sitting at about 29% or $29 a contract. My stop's at $27 a contract. All right, gold catching that next bid. Let's go. Let's do it. Ah, oh, now. Come on, silver's catching a bid. Do it. 4 minutes away from the end of New York lunch team. 4 minutes. Gold is struggling. Market looking bullish though. Looking like the bulls are going to step in for the end of New York lunch and continue pushing this upward. Ah. Soxel is up 5%. Eh. Silver is picking up, but gold is not. Come on. Come on, gold. Saying that Tylenol use during pregnancy can lead to childbirths with children being born with autism. White House is going to release a statement with reports about it. HHS. Ah. Oh my goodness. Come on. Come on, gold. Do it. Get me out of here. What was that sell on AQ holding? Hmm. All right, team. We are out of New York lunch, and there is that push on NQ to the upside again. Some volatility here. Not much volume though. Bears and Bulls are fighting here at at these highs. Bulls can't keep it. Bulls are struggling to hold it. Bitcoin's still selling. This weekend was one of the largest liquidations in the crypto space. Bunch of long traders long on Bitcoin were liquidated across the board. I can't believe that. Not not stopped out on that gold trade. Let's go. All right, Ace. Now we just need to push some highs on gold. Come on, they kept me in the game. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, RQ. Tiffany is done for the day on green. Congratulations, congratulations. And Tiffany, I'm glad to see you back. I hope that that break and that reset was exactly what you needed. Good luck. Have to get chores done and appointments before we leave for work tonight. Oh, I can imagine how difficult that is, you know? You got to take care of stuff before you hit the road, and you got to make sure you take care of everything because once you hit the road, that's it. You won't be back for like a few weeks, you know? I could, I give it to you all. I give it to you and the hubs. Y'all, yeah. Keeping the wheels turning for Americans. Mm. Enki still ripping to the upside, holding it. Can we break those intraday highs? Intraday high on NQ is 24,994.50. We're approaching it now. Take a look at silver. Silver holding the line. Maybe the sell as is over on silver. We can continue making some upward pushes. I'm here for it. I'm still in those silver calls. I've not gotten stopped down on my silver calls either. Well, then again, I have no stop on my silver calls. My silver calls are just lottos. They're end of day lottos, you know. We get some, I mean, you know, silver's got to move. I mean, we're still 20, no, we're still what, 13 cents out the money. So Tesla is getting a price upgrade to $500 a share. All right, there's that sell on NQ finally taking hold. Well, Bulls are defending. They're trying. Bulls are trying to hold 24,990, 988. 26 EMA is right below. We're bouncing off of that right here. That's not the right thing I was looking at either. Close down saving. Where are the rest of my Bulls are struggling to hold it. Starting to get a little weak here on NQ. Gold is testing prior highs. Silver as of yet. Some alerts here for silver. Huh. So close to 25K and we didn't get it. Cray, cray. 9 minutes past the start of the new hour. Gold calls are starting to rip to the upside. 523% green on these calls now. Holy Toledo. Oh, look at that candle move on gold. Yes. Yes. Do it, gold. Oh my God. Is NQ going to start ripping since gold is ripping? Or silver? Oh. We're 10 cents out the money, boys. We 10 cents out the money. Oh, those calls are going to print. Nasty rejection on gold. Some volume there. Come on, Bears. Get out of the way. Are you shorting gold, man? Why are you shorting gold? It's probably that guy that's over there, probably like 90K in the hole now on his short on gold. That's crazy. Absolutely, brother. I'm 552% green on that trade right now. I'm still holding. You know what? I'll work on bringing in that chart later so that you can see my options trades. I'll bring it in the small window so y'all can see it. Can I do this? Here, I'll drop a picture of it in the chats if you want to see how I'm managing the gold trade right now. I'm up 25% on my silver calls now. Oh, it's interesting. I did not even know that. Did you know that you're not supposed to put your phone by a LiDAR sensor? So, like cars that have self-driving sensors, they recommend you not to put your camera lens in that area and don't take pictures of it and stuff because it'll permanently damage your camera phone. Go making another bull flag. There's that short on gold or on NASDAQ. Should dip down a little bit more, probably to about 24,950.76. Should dip around there. Ah, who's that selling in Q? There's 976 right there. Why am I long? Should I be long this? Check out gold. Look what gold is doing. Silver looks like it's starting to make its catch its bid to the upside. Maybe oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Wow. We're not all bougie with self-driving technology in our cars, coach. Hey man, what are you talking about? You can get a Tesla. You could have gotten a Tesla for like $150 a month just a couple of weeks ago. I mentioned it. I mentioned it. And Key's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Maybe I should have held that long. Just not sure why I was long. Oh. It depends on the car. I bought like we bought ours used. I don't buy new cars. I never buy new cars. I always buy used. Let someone else take the depreciation on it. So yeah, as long as you look for a car with self-driving, you don't have to pay the premium for it. And you can get like the base, which is like it'll stay in its lane. So kind of like autonomous cruise mode, I guess you could say. It's not full. You won't have the full self-driving, but you'll have partial, which is cool. Bougie. Got it. Oh man, here we go. Get that rip on NQ. No. Come on, gold. Get it up there. Make another bull flag on gold, but not digging this. Come on. Silver's ripping. Why is gold dipping? And she's struggling to hold that high. Sitting at 24,983. Pretty volatile right now. Pretty volatile. Ooh. I'll be right back and get myself a cup of water. Bulls are trying. It's silly RQ. Wow. And keep trying. Trying. Trying to hold this level. Bulls gotta hold this. Don't hold this. It's gonna sell. It'll dip into that next range below. And Q still holding. Nice bull flag right here. Ah. Gotta have fun every day. Never too serious. Yeah. I don't know why. I feel kind of tired though. I got a good night's rest. Even took a little nap on the sofa yesterday. I feel a little tired. Get an EMA crossover here on NQ on the 1 minute. Maybe we'll get a nice push up. It's like gold might just try to push the highs again. Oh, the bulls are stepping in to carry it. NQ struggling, sitting at 24,988. Looks like the bulls want to take it though. They're 25K though. NQ is not looking strong here. NQ needs to move, otherwise bears are gonna take it. Consolidation is crazy. You know what they want. You know what they want. They're just burning data on those zero DTEs. What's everybody else doing in chat today? Everybody doing all right? Gold and silver look exactly the same, just primed. There goes NQ making that move now. There goes silver. Pushing 39.92 now. Or 39.93, I'm sorry. Gold calls are back up to 500%. Come on, baby. Busy, busy, busy. Oh, I know you guys in support. Working hard, taking care of all those traders. Yeah, if we got any new folks here and you guys are having issues typing in the channels, means that you guys are missing the blue guy role. You need a verified role. So if you log into your dashboard on your Blue Sky account, you can open up a support ticket with our help staff and ask them to assign you a verified role. That will allow you to chat inside of the Discord. Goes gold. All right, NQ. Need you to start doing the same thing too. People are waiting, watching, wondering. Oh man, I'm up 566% on these contracts now. Let's go. On silver? You should get another 8 cents, baby. Get it. That $40. I keep struggling, like I mentioned, not giving traders the move they're looking for. Definitely struggling here at these highs. Looking like it might wants to. Oh man, there it goes. It was like it might just give this up. Seller's gonna take control. Man, bears showed up latter half of the day, it seems, fighting this whole trend. Mm-mm-mm. Have a beautiful move. The bears just step out of the way and let the market go. There goes silver. I'm up 750% on these gold calls. Let's go. Silver calls are starting to move now, starting to gain value. I would imagine that their intrinsic value is going to start like rapidly increasing. I'm up 21% on those calls now. Let's go. 780% on my gold calls. Still holding the line. Oh, 800% now. At 664 spy calls. That's what I had. 664. Oh my God, those calls would be up $2.69. Whew. Man, what a shame. What a shame to get stopped out on those. Those were the money makers right there. But still happy with my gold trade. Gold trade is working out very well for us. I got my Tesla yesterday. FSD is incredible. I know, man. I love it. Love having the Tesla. My favorite. It's so fun to drive. It's so fun to drive. And keep catching a bid here now. Gold, a little bit of a rejection there at the top of this range. Well, that's a nasty sell on NQ. Holy Toledo. All right. Who did it? Who did it? Oh man, that's nasty. That's a nasty sell on NQ right there. Hit 25K and reversed. Here comes the money. Which way? Which way, Blue Detective? So cryptic with that. Yeah, it was off by what, a dollar and a quarter? Eight, nine, two and a quarter. $2 $2.25. It missed the 25K mark on in Q. Ugly, ugly rejection though. Silver ripping. My contracts are starting to get juiced now.
So if any of you in here remember, I gave a target on gold of Casino 3777, and look where it's at.
Oh yeah, 377.
That trade began at 3,333.
Wow.
And I bet you that a lot of people doubted it. Oh well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a guy in another chat I'm in that's down 80, probably like 90 grand, maybe a little bit better than that now. He's been shorting it all morning.
He should be shorting the United States, not gold. Everyone's trying to get the hell out of the dollar.
Yeah. Did you see that report that they're gonna, I guess Rubio is gonna try to take power to where he can cancel people's passports?
Yep, and that's when I will no longer step foot in the United States. If they pass that, never again will you see me in the US.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, my wife and I were talking about that. Our passports are good, but our kids are not. So we're looking at renewing theirs to get ahead of that because, yeah, it's a little scary, man.
Yep.
You're free to join me as well, RQ. I'll be in, I don't know, Portugal, Spain, one of the two, or Costa Rica. In one of those 3 countries, I'll be. I won't fit in good in Australia because I'm Mexican. I want to go somewhere that I look like I fit in. I don't want to go somewhere and be like, where did this Mexican person come from? See, like I got a good friend of mine. He wants me to go to New Zealand. It's like you should come out to New Zealand, blah blah blah. But I'm the only Mexican he's ever known. It's like I don't mind going to visit, but I don't want to live somewhere that I look like an outcast that people really know. Yes, yes, I'm Mexican American. I'm more American than anything, though, man. To be honest with you, I consider myself more American. I mean, my family's been here for generations. Both my grandfathers served in the wars. I mean, we've been here generations. It's not like we're new. Family is not new here. That's for darn sure. We just spotted a rare Mexican here in the outback. Oh my God, these calls are up 900%. My silver trade is already up 100%. Let's freaking go. And NQ is just still trying to figure it out. Oh, I need to move my take profit. Jeez Louise. I almost hit my take profit. So I'm gonna move my stop. I'm gonna move my stop instead of I'm gonna move my stop to about 45 cents a contract. It's like a little over 400%. But I wouldn't mind selling for $1.71 a contract. That'd make my toes tap. All right, Steve. So if you burn out, where you going to? You got a bug out. Where are you off to? But Riz, Australia is a land of immigrants, much like America. Cultures between 2024 to the US and Australia is very similar. You're right. There aren't a ton of Mexicans, but racism isn't a problem. I have to ask. I remember a while back before I came back to Blue Sky, there was a lot of audience on the Discord live. Did the audience drop after the verification? I believe we lost a few members because of the verification, but we kind of the day session usually fluctuates. We go from anywhere from about 12 viewers, and then we go all the way up to about 33, 34 viewers is what I think I've seen. So it just varies. Gold is just ripping. I'm up over 1,000% on these calls now. And you got some folks that take a break and then come back. It just kind of varies. The the market is difficult. Some folks find it difficult to show up every day for work because of, you know, psychological. I don't blame them. I mean, some days I don't want to trade. Believe me, I have my days that I'm like, I don't want to trade anymore. And I take a break. So it happens to us all. Let's open a Mexican restaurant in Australia, homie. Can you imagine how hard it would be to get like the foods you would need to make like real authentic Mexican food in Australia? I would imagine it would be a little different. I don't know. You probably would be better off maybe growing some of your stuff, you know. Chilies, I would imagine chili peppers might be, I think, probably different. But then how are you gonna get like taco shells? And you'd be making your own tortillas. Imagine that, teaching Australians what a homemade tortilla tastes like, a flour tortilla with some butter. Psh, they'll be in love. There's nothing like a fresh flour tortilla with a little bit of butter in it. Ooh, right off the right off the I don't know what you call that thing, but yeah, that's good. All we need is tortillas and chicken. Let me ask you this. Is there a lot of barbecue in Australia? Is barbecue like a big thing out there? I heard the mosquitoes were something fierce in in Australia. I heard that the mosquitoes are just crazy. Like in some areas, you got to wear like a mask, like those beekeeper nets around your face. They sell the hats with the nets because the flies are so bad in some areas. I'm from Arizona, but I've been in Australia for 7 months. No, I know you've been traveling Europe. Mexican food is popular here. Really? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, and RQ is right. There are a lot of traders that keep an ear out for when Mike comes in. So when you see Mike pop in, you'll see everybody just kind of pile in. You guys, they've got all the Mexican ingredients at the grocery stores. Okay, not as good as the authentic Mexican grocery stores where the cashier doesn't even speak English, but they got basics. I'm sure we could make it work, brother. I'm sure we could make it work. I don't know about opening a restaurant though. I used to own bars, and that was enough in itself for me. Being in the nightclub industry and that space. If food service, man, I don't know about. I don't. Yeah, I'd rather be a silent investor on something. I just put my money in, let someone else, open and close it. Goes gold pushing again. And Q ripping as well. We're going for 25,000 on NQ now. Getting buy signals on NQ. All right, let's see what we do here. Gonna rip it. I can't believe that trade. That's incredible. What a move on gold. Mosquitoes are like family, annoying, but they carry your blood. Oh, that's I'm not saying this is authentic by any means, but Guzman y Gomez is the Australian version of Taco Bell. Oh my God. Guzman y Gomez. That's funny, man. I like that. That's funny. I'm gonna have to show that to my wife. I have to show that to my wife. I know a few folks that I think I know, and I've got like maybe like two friends in Australia. Yeah, I know two gents out there. Well, three now with you since you're out there anonymous. More of that rejection on NQ. Spoiler alert, Taco Bell isn't really Mexican. It's not. It's not. It's bad imitation Mexican food. Every time I go to Taco Bell, I get the same thing. The runs. Oh, oh, that was quick. That was quick. Our cue. That was real quick. I think you guys are fine with that. I think you guys are fine with that. I hope you guys are fine with that. Yeah, because the blue bot is, man, that thing is vicious. Man, I'm surprised I haven't gotten booted out. Sometimes that blue bot, man, yeesh, worse than a hall monitor. I'm gonna trail my stop up on my gold trade. Since we're up 1,000%, I don't really want to give up that much. So I'm gonna put my stop at about 68 cents ish. I'm gonna put my stop at 67 cents. That guarantees at least the trade will be a 900% trade for me. Lock in at least that profit. Keep ourselves nice and green for the day. Hope you don't mind, anonymous, that I am trailing it kind of tight. You probably wouldn't like that I'm kind of choking it up, but I just don't want to give up. I don't want to end up with like a 500% trade if it's almost at 1,000, you know, or it's at 1,000 right now, literally. Man, it's a 90-cent ask on those contracts. Jeez. Zembrio is Australia's version of Chipotle, and Burger King is called Hungry Jack's. Yeah, I have a loose stop on gold because I'm shooting for a month-long position. Yeah, I'm in a zero DTE, so you know, it's one of those that I don't have tomorrow or the next day. So once that baby expires at the close of the cash session, that is it. I am off for my next trade tomorrow. That's one reason why I'm, kind of choking up the trade. Some people would call it that. You got to kind of tight stop on it because you want to make sure that if you do get stopped out, you stop out at, the most amount of profit you can get. How much more do you want to coach? 1,000% not good enough? Look, look, the point being is that the trend is there. The trend is continuing. So for me to, this is me not being blindsided and just going for a specific target. If gold is going to continue to trend and push up to the higher, then it's in my best interest to. I'm significantly green. I'm well above what my losses were from Friday. So at this point, even if I get stopped out at 67 cents a con or a little over 600%, I still will have accomplished what my goal was for the day. But I would like to allow the trade enough room to breathe to continue its expansion. So since I don't necessarily know how much further it's going to go, I want to give it the room to kind of breathe. I want to let the trade cook. Although, I mean, we're up there. I mean, we're way up there. But we're getting a blow off top on gold, whereas NASDAQ is not giving us that. So just like you see that blow off that you guys are talking about on NQ, we're having that on gold right now. And I'm fairly certain that Coach Matt would even agree on that. So if you're at that and you're in price discovery, you should continue to see expansion. And remember, we don't have any like news that would affect gold right now in this session. There's really nothing that could say, hey, gold needs to sell. So for the time being, it should be considered bullish. Because you guys know, you've heard me get stopped out on trades before. But if you notice, you you haven't had the opportunity to have me have like this crazy runner, right? So that's exactly what I'm having happen in gold, is that I'm having one of those trades that I don't always get to capital, that don't come very often in the market. You don't often get 1,000% trade. So when you do get them, you just gotta kind of just let them breathe and do what they want to do. Yeah, and also because the US dollar is continuing to sell, correct? And there's that expansion. Silver's 3 cents away from putting my calls in the money. Let's go. And my calls, my zero DTE calls on silver are still just flat. They were green. They were up like 20% like a second ago, and now they're just flat. And we're right there at the money. It's crazy. Oh, now they're up again. Oh, now they're flat. Is there a time when that 1,000% just gets smacked by beta? Okay, so that's a good question. When you're at the money, you're in the money, theta. So the further into the money you get, theta and decay begin to diminish, because now your intrinsic value begins to take hold, because you are in the money. You are no longer out the money. So the further you get in the money, theta, decay begin to kind of lose their strength on your contracts. Uh, they lose the strength to make them diminish value because you're in the money. Now, what does begin to increase in diminishing your contract's value will be decay. Decay will begin to kick in because you will have an expiration date. You'll have time and expiration that will begin to, that are always there, and are a factor that you cannot overcome. There's no way to overcome theta and decay because time is always running out and against you. And it is the one asset none of us can buy more of. So that's why once you're that far green, you do not begin to lose value as quickly. You will incrementally begin to gain intrinsic value because the move in a positive manner for you will be a slow stair climb because you are in the money now. So it'll be kind of a incremental increase. Now the value loss, now the lose value can happen very rapidly, but that's because we know the way the trends work. You have a staircase up and you have an elevator right down. So as the strike goes, as the price comes back to your strike and you start to, not be so far in the money and the strike is coming to your entry, that's where you'll see that acceleration and you need to start moving and adjusting. And, that's one specific reason why I am moving my stop. Unlike you guys in futures, that you may leave your stop at a break even so that the wick doesn't get you. For us in the options chain, we don't have that. We don't have the flexibility of flip-flopping back and forth. Unless you've got enough capital or you're in a margin account and you're up in a $25,000 that you can cover PDT rules. That would be the only instance that you would have that you would be able to flip-flop effortlessly without having to worry about having unsettled funds, things like that, or breaking PDT rules, which are 3 trades in 1 week. So if you make 3 round-trip trades in 1 week, that will get your account marked for breaking PDT rules. And hopefully those rules will change. The rules are changing, so here in the next, hopefully by year end, we'll be looking at a $2,500 base for PDT rules, which is gonna be amazing. I think it's gonna bring a lot of new traders back in. Do you usually use this pair with gold? Let's see what pair he's using now. I hope that answers your question, RQ. If you got more questions about the options chain and things like that, feel free to drop them in chat. Interesting. Very cool. And yes, it does. I never understood it like that, to be honest. I just thought to close it before end of day. Well, it's like right now. Like right now, I'm up 1,147% on the trades. So, and since the contract expires at the end of the day, but also I just don't know if we'll get a pullback. You know, like right now, my contracts are worth what, 90? They're worth, how much are they worth each right now? They're worth 90 cents a contract right now. So $90 a contract right now. But every time it moves, I'm losing $1 on that move when it goes up or down. So you just have to figure out where you're at. Like me, like I paid $7 a contract. They're worth $90 a contract now. So you can see how much value I've increased off of it. So that's where like you as a trader got to be able to know where your stop is. Like what is the most amount you're willing to give up? Like me now, I'm up 167% for the day now. Oh no, I'm up. Yeah, that's what I'm up for the day now. But I also know where my balance was previous on Friday. So I know if at all I need to end at a specific level to make up for my loss from last week and to end myself green and to make sure that I've got, plenty of ammunition for tomorrow, which right now I'm sitting I'm sitting very pretty for the week. And like I said, this is also the reason why, I'm starting to choke up the trade because I don't want to give it up, Contract sitting at $93 a contract right now, almost $1. I mean, do I really want to go from almost selling my contracts from $1 to selling them, or $100 to selling them almost for $67? So that's where you're like, in some instances in the options trade, you don't want to get stopped out, but if you get stopped out, you want to get stopped out at the most amount of value. I don't want to give up, a couple of $100 just on a few points of pullback. All right, let's take a look at NQ. NQ not doing anything worthwhile. Still struggling. Looks like we did get that 25K tap, but just said, bye-bye. I'm up 75% on my silver trade now. Silver is ripping to the upside. We're a penny out the money, team. We're a penny out the money. Let's go. Yeah, and RQ, I like to take 0 DTEs through the New York session, Like I love trading futures, but I do really, really enjoy trading options during the New York session because, like you guys are there trading, trying to get to your payouts, right? So if you're already looking at NASDAQ or gold or ES, why not look at another index to, where you could make some money, as well. And then sometimes, I don't want to take money out of my futures accounts because it takes a little long to get them out of my raw accounts. It takes me 3 days to get money out of my raw accounts, and sometimes I need the money faster than that, or maybe I need something, or maybe I want to buy something, maybe I want to buy something, I want to go buy something. And, my options accounts allow me to be able to pull that money out instantly, have it available if I need it here in the real world. And I use different accounts for different things, you know. One of my day trading accounts is my paycheck, you know, so I work on that to trade to make my paycheck for the day, you know, just like in Q, you know, the $100 a day. So, you know, I start stacking those 100 here, 100 there, 100 here. By the time I know it, at the end of the day, I've made, you know, $400 or $500 in my day from trading and everything else I'm doing. Yeah, it's super important, you know, if you guys are trying to become full-time traders, you know, to have that, have something to offset your trading in general. You know, you need to have something that is offsetting, because when you have a red day or a red week or a red month, what are you going to do? You can go back to work and take that job that you were making, you know, good money before. You won't be able to go back to that job. You got to have something there that can kind of, you know, sustain you and facilitate your needs, you know, while you know, figure out, you know, what you got to do or what you're doing or whatnot. And gold kind of slowing down here at 344. Well, gold would be at $3,781.40, whereas GLD is at 344.84. We'll see though. Still in it, haven't gotten stopped up. I moved my stop to 75 cents per contract now. Probably I'm gonna move it to 77. That guarantees me 700% off this trade. Silver is a penny away from putting my contracts in the money. But will it continue, or will it start to dip at these highs? A little concerning. And Q is starting to catch a bid itself, looking to make its upside move as well. Let's see. That's great. That's awesome. Man, that's like 2 weeks in a row that my gold trades have just been beautiful. I almost don't even want to trade NASDAQ anymore or QQQ anymore. There goes NASDAQ catching that bid. 24,996. I'm up 100% on my silver calls. I've been trading in Q sparingly the last 3 weeks now. Gold has been awesome overnight too, but not this awesome. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy, crazy. Yeah, you could have almost picked either indice and you would have been able to just capitalize and make money this morning. We don't get many days like this very often, you know. Days that you can kind of just go long and then just make money. Shh, those are far and few between teams. So make sure you all take advantage of a day like today if you haven't already. NQ starting to push. Gold's starting to kind of dip a little. Maybe some take profits happening. Still in my trade though. I haven't gotten stopped out. We're like $3 up. Contracts are sitting at like 80 cents right now. Like I said, I choked it up a little, but you know, I don't want to risk this thing coming back down and then giving up, you know. I don't want to give up much of the 1,000% gain, you know, point blank. Not gonna give up that much. Anyway, I still got silver with with a significantly less amount of risk. So there's still a horse in the race that could make us some amazing gains if silver breaks out at $40. Nvidia or NQ starting to catch some bids. It's like I always say, you know, it is definitely the after hours takes a little bit of time to get an understanding of how to deal with it. But once you do, you will be setting yourself up for some great trading. You know, trade. You know, look at the other markets, the other times of day, and see what kind of trends that you can see and how you can get yourself a decent strategy. So push on NQ now, finally pushing 24,999. $25K NAS. What a day. Yep. NQ sitting at 25,000 now. All-time highs. Let's go. Ace is waiting for 25,036. NQ is looking very bullish, about ready to break out here. NQ is ready to go. I tipped way too early. We are 200 away from my entry this morning. Been no reason to sell. So far extended to MAs on moving averages in a higher time frame and holding the orb high. Found support at Friday's highs and smashed through it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now just holding up here at this area. Still mainly in like price discovery mode at 25K. Very cool.
This is some sick fuck ritual, man. You need help. Let me help you, man. Morgan, no! Morgan!
Silver starting to push. NQ starting to push. Gold is starting to catch a little bit of a bid. Wow. Man, do I want to look at those spy calls I had earlier? I don't even want to look at them. What do we have? 664. They're still sitting at 264 a contract. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'll tell you. How do we do this? 34 cents is what I paid for those. Oh, what a move on those contracts. My goodness. Three, I would have been up 2, 4. Oh my goodness. I'd have been crazy on those. Silver calls are now up 100%. Sitting at the money now. Let's go. Let's go, Silver. You haven't had a crazy move since maybe. Oh, it's been a slow grind on Silver. So since about 9:15, 9:48, 9:51, that was the last big move we had on Silver. Everything else has just been incremental. Just a slow grind to the upside. Let's see if we get a crazy push here. 19 minutes into the top of the hour, team. Got less than 40 minutes before power hour, team. That is right. 40 minutes is power hour, the last hour of the New York Cash session. We've also got Coach Matt coming in. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. You know, Coach Matt and me, we the gold fiends. We are the gold fiends. When short squeeze, and the shorts are already getting squeezed on NQ right now. Oh, scalp, huh? Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out on gold. We get that pullback. Oh, market moving back up. Well, gold at least. NQ struggling. I'll go put me into a short. Imagine that. NQ kind of dipping now. Bears are trying. We're 70 points higher on gold than Friday's close. This is so crazy. RQ, you couldn't be more right about it being more crazy. Algo just took me out that short there. Another nice scalp on the long. That long move on NQ. Decent little pullback. Algos ain't doing too bad today. Whoa, whoa, where's NQ going now? You can give this up. Oh man. Are the Bears showing up for end of day action? Some really clean fractals going today. No way anyone should be down. Fractals. Nice. Call me crazy. I'll call you crazy, but I won't call you late for dinner. How about that, Amaro? Gold is a ribbon. Look at it pushing highs. There goes silver. Come on, silver, do it. Do it. Just go. You're so close. Just get above 40. Oh, I can't believe I've been holding these trades this long. Anon's probably loving it. Loving it. I've been edging all day long. My contracts have hit the highest value all day long now. They're sitting at $96 a contract right now. I'm up 1,261%. My spike trade would have been, I don't think it would have been that much. The dollar amount would have been probably higher though, because I'd be up what, I'd be up a lot more on the spike trade. But beggars can be choosers. That's right, Ace. Send it. gold's final target, I think, is 3,791. Snap. All right, and keep trying to hold. Let's see. Let's see if the bulls can step in and hold this 25K. We're here now. Man, you know, I remember a few years ago, I always laugh about this with my other trading buddies because, you know, that's where I started with them. We always laugh because back in the day, we were all waiting for 420. 420 was like this huge psychological level on the SPY. You know, people were calling for it, and we had such a hard time taking it out. And then once that got taken out, it was like all the other targets just seemed easy after that. We blew past it. I think we lingered in that price range for like 4 or 5 days, and then we just made an A line out, and we never revisited it again. All right, guys, we're about 26 minutes into the top of the hour. This is about the time I like to take my lunch. So I would have already taken it. I'm gonna go throw something in the air fryer, go see what I got in the kitchen, get fired up because I'm hungry. You know. Don't forget, guys, we still got, you know, an hour and a half left in the New York cash session. So plenty of day trading left, you know, plenty of opportunity. We're in the second half of the market. Let's see if we can close out the day super bullish on NQ. You know, maybe we can get a ripper into the close. A ripper would be just crazy. I still got, oh man, I can't really, how much buying power I got available to me right now. Anyone see any shorts? I've got some shorts on right now. What's up, Ted? How's it going? Any shorts on gold? They're getting melted. They are. They're smelting the gold. My silver calls are starting to get juiced. The IV is starting to increase on them. They're starting to gain implied volatility. Open interest is increasing on them as well, looks like. Really interesting, though. Was done by 10:20 a.m. Were you? Man, lucky. I've just been babysitting my gold and silver trades all morning. Took a couple of scalps on the NQ across a few accounts and locked out across the board. Got one account that I'm still kind of grinding out. I'm waiting to see what we're gonna do here. It's like NQ wants to break out. It looks like it really, really wants to break out. Interesting that calls are more or puts are more expensive on the market right now. Like if you want to short SPX or XSP, you have to pay a premium for the shorts right now. Oh, I just got stopped. All right, we just got stopped out on my gold trade right there on that pullback. We'll take it. We'll take it. We will take it. Beautiful day there. Now I am partially done for the day. Still holding my silver trades. Looking for the next opportunity. Still holding my silver trades. Like I mentioned, didn't mind losing the gold trade since I was already significantly up. Stopped out for $77 a contract for my initial investment of $7. Fantastic trade right there, team. Let's go. All right, we're almost 25 minutes away from power hour, team. I was gonna step away. I'll be right back. Let me throw something in the micro or air fryer. I'm hungry. All right, team, I am back. Bull pulling back, silver kind of just stuck here. And Q not doing much of anything. Is that it for the day? Does that conclude our bullish move for the day? And we'll see you tomorrow. Kind of giving it up already. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Interesting. All right, team, we're about 12 minutes from the top of the hour. Slowly grinding on NQ. Take a look at gold. Still holding that flag. Huh. Silver rejecting now. I'm still holding his contracts. I haven't let him go. Let's see if silver rip. See what Bitcoin's doing. Oh, look at that. Bitcoin was trying, but that's what it is. I know exactly what I'm missing now. It's my DIY. Where's my DIY indicator? Now I know. I was like, where's... Well, I'm missing something specifically, and I was wondering where it was at. Dang it. I don't know how I lost that thing. No wonder it looks all different. No, because I am missing the gauge over here. Where's that meter on the left? Look at silver just holding that pressure right now. I'm up 100% on those calls on silver. Why did I lose? I wonder where that's at. I wonder if I have it on another chart. Let's try this. Maybe it's on the other chart. I don't even know how I lost it. No, it's the same thing. That's why I don't have it. It's on this one. Nope. Not on this one. Breakout was right there at 1 a.m. Here goes gold. Russell catches up. Russell catch up trade. It's a good point. Thank you. Looking like wants to sell. Dow is retesting. It definitely looks like the Russell wants to go for it. Not in Q. What about ES? Same for ES, probably. Might be tech taking a breather as well. You know, Apple and Tesla just been ripping all morning, you know. They're holding it. They don't want to let it go. They're holding silver. They do not want silver to break out. Yeah, silver and gold are ready to break out. And she's dumping. 4 minutes away from power hour, team. 4 minutes. Let's see if we tap the 200 on the 30. That'd be 24,998. Anon would be laughing. I'm actually having those chicken tacos. I made the chicken tacos. I had to. All right, there goes NQ. Catching that bid. Didn't even touch the 200. Trying to get back over EMAs again. Beautiful. There goes silver breaking 40. Wow. Get on back over to NQ. A little bit of a rejection here at the top. So choppy here, right, guys? Difficult. It's really funny, I just started to review the open interest on shorting gold or silver. They're so low. Like the open interest is like crazy. And welcome to the Power Hour, last hour of the New York session. Funny, you said. And rightfully so, brother. That's a little paycheck for the day. Congratulations. Congratulations, Elected. P. Shenanigans. We don't need no shenanigans, my friend. No, I'm just joking. How's it going, my friend? Welcome to Blue Sky Live. How you doing? Hope you're having a great trade day. Absolutely. Absolutely, we do. What? You bring? What'd you drop? Yep, we're live here Monday through Friday, every day that the market is open. We start in the pre-market, about 10, 15 minutes. We try to get in, and we're live all the way till the bell. And don't forget, we've also got a live trading class every Thursday after market close. And yep, you're right. Now you know. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you here. Hope you're having a great trade day. Yeah, I'm happy for you, RQ. Congrats on that, man. Keep it up. Keep up the great work. Oh, you want me to throw your ball? You want me to throw your ball free?
Is that my new name, RQ? I'll take it, especially after today. I think gold deserves some of our respect today. Same thing with silver, by the way. Oh, I've loved both of those two today.
Gold's got
So
all my
sexy,
love.
so good. Nobody can say a negative word about silver or gold. I'm open to hear negative things on anything except silver and gold. ES and NQ have been good too, though. My focus has been on gold today, but ES was fantastic. That's the only negative, Anon. That's it. That's the only negative. Not another one. I was talking to a bunch of traders yesterday, Riz, and they were asking me my technical thoughts on the market. And I was like, listen, when you look at the market technically, I think you can complain and I think you can find some flaws from a fundamental perspective, certainly. I think you can debate and find the flaws from an economic perspective, certainly. I don't think you can find the flaw in the current technical condition of the market. Like, trends look good, patterns look good. I agree with Ace. Like, patterns have been excellent, well behaved. The current technical condition on the backdrop of the market Honestly, it's the best technical condition we've had over the last, we had some chop last week, obviously, with that one candle, but I'd say that's been the case ever since we broke out of the ascending triangle 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
It's been a technical moment. And the ES at this point looks like he wants to build on that moment. Like,
Yeah, that's a really interesting move that we had on gold. Look at that gap to the upside, super aggressive in the overnight. Right at the London, the pivot kicked in and gold just exploded. It's crazy.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gold's been really, really good ever since the futures open yesterday.
Yeah, tell me
Kind of
about it.
consolidated Asian, but once it kicked in, you're absolutely right. Once it started getting into Frankfurt, Germany, it's like, oh, let's giddy up and go, go, go. They pumped in front of
Yeah,
London.
gold people kicked in. That's for sure.
Yeah. By the way, silver's breaking 41. Not 41, 44. That's the last major pivot at 44 that silver has before it dances the all-time high number, guys. It's absolutely doing it. Gravitational pull is a real thing in the financial world, and the market wants to hit 50 on silver. He's a freight right now.
Send it. I'm in my 0 DTE $40 silver calls.
What do you got? I got a couple things on silver going.
I got stopped out on my gold trade for the day, which I really can't complain about. I got stopped out for 1,127% gain on that. So really can't say anything about that one. And then I can't say anything about it.
Red.
I know. RQ was like, is 1,000 not enough? And I was like, not really. I mean, there's always more. I mean,
brother. You got to push it. Come on.
Exactly.
Trailing that stop loss too tight, Riz. Come on.
Oh yeah, I choked it up. I choked it up on it. So it is what it is. But I've got some silver that I'm up 94% on. So
isn't that what you're supposed to do, though, bro? You know what I mean? Like tighten that stop up as the momentum starts to shift a little bit. You caught your trade. It's a beautiful, great, fantastically amazing trade. So what?
Definitely. Yeah, what I started to basically do is as gold expanded, I just started to look at my percentage of gain on it. So when I got to 1,000%, that's where I moved my stop to about 5, and then when we started going to like 1,100, that's when I started really getting aggressive, and I went 600%, 700, and then I held it to 1,000, and I was like, I don't want to give up more than 1,000 because that's a big gain. We don't get those gains all the time. So to give it up is me being ignorant.
Oh, and it's completely appropriate to get excited and do a happy dance. If you don't have a trader's happy dance, guys, you got to start working on your trader's happy dance a little bit. Celebrate those. We get punched in the face every now and then. You got to celebrate. Well done, Riz. On the gold trade, like I have long-term stuff going, swing trade stuff going. I got like 3 time frames on gold going right now. I'm still in a partial on the day trade. I also scaled out about exactly where you did, Riz, where you got stopped out. Is that kind of scaled out? I'm doing my prototypical though. I want to see if you guys know me as well by now. What is my favorite stop loss placement in stop loss management? What do I constantly talk about? When you have momentum and trend on the intraday side of it, what do I like doing with the stop loss? Do you guys remember? Talk about it all the time in the lab. I like trailing it against the 15-minute. It allows me to allow that momentum to play out without choking it up too hard. I only do that on the partial. I'll obviously do a little bit more aggressive management, but yeah, Riz, I saw exactly what you did. I took some partial and then I trailed the stop loss up on the 90, and I'm going to stay in that until the 90. Telling you, if you're not integrating, it's not a scalp. It's more of a standardized day trade where you expect to be in a trade a few hours, and you just want to kind of allow it to breathe a little bit as it's working out its momentum. I like that stop loss management technique quite a bit. You know, the amazing thing is ES having a good day, NQ having a decent day, gold, silver, all pump, and Bitcoin looks like garbage.
Mm-hmm. Sold off pretty nasty from Friday. Didn't even catch a bid over the weekend.
Nothing. In fact, I think it looks bad on the bear side. I think.
Yeah, there was
No,
a bunch
the
of
Russell
wills.
hasn't done that yet, but like when you look at the daily chart on the Russell, like the volatility this morning on the futures, kind of all it did is bring it down to the 90 MA. It kissed off the 90 MA and then fought back up. But the Russell also, Ace, I would just add this: the Russell has behavior after a big sizable, right? After a big sizable move, you know, it's not abnormal to see the Russell like it did on Thursday last week. It's not abnormal to see a couple high inside. You know what I mean? Where you get a couple candles on the daily chart. I'm talking specifically on the chart that kind of dials in that next daily pattern. It's not abnormal. You saw it a couple different times on the Russell, but you're right. It hasn't claimed high, but I wouldn't exactly say it's weaker at this point than some of the other indexes. Still above the 9, still rocking with momentum. Volume's starting to fall off a little bit though. Definitely.
Better half of the day though. Your daily is real nice on it though.
Well, and that's the thing with the Russell. Like, you don't on the Russell, you can get like the ES and the NQ current trend is just sexy. Can we all agree with that? That the current trend in the ES and the NQ on the chart is just a very consistent trend. It's very. The Russell will never give you that level of consistency on a day in, day out basis because it's so sensitive against economic conversations. Like the ES is shielded against economic conversations to a certain extent because of the NASDAQ weighting criteria of the Max 7 within the backdrop of the ES. And so there's like, for example, the Max 7 represents so much to the S&P 500 relative to the other 490 stocks in that index. Like you have 493 stocks, and then you have the Max 7, and the Max 7 weighting is like, I don't know what it specifically is, but it's very, very off balance to 7. And so it's shielded a little bit to the economic conversation. The Russell 2000 obviously had its giddy up and go after the Fed cut interest rates, and economically that's going to benefit the 2000 because the majority of companies within the Russell 2000, they're debt-driven, negative revenue type companies that use debt to further business. And as they cut interest rates, that'll allow them that a little bit more. So economically, they get a little bit more volatility there. So they had a little bit of a better day on Thursday than the other ones did, and obviously they're a little bit weaker over the last 2 trading sessions. But in general, like, and this is one of the reasons why I say that the trends and patterns indexes right now are very clean, is because every index is currently in a bullish trend. Every index is currently above the 90, and that's hasn't happened all the like those And so I felt like when we broke out of the ascending triangle 2 weeks ago, we started a leg. I feel that day as well. And it's just a matter of letting the trend play out. Just wanted to add some detailed thoughts to the Russell 2000 because I was giving that a little bit of thought over the weekend there, Riz.
Mm-hmm.
And Ace
No,
brought it
you're
up.
good.
It's like let's chit chat.
Definitely.
You know what else like gives me no excitement whatsoever? Crude oil. Like none. Blas, what's up, buddy? Good to see ya. On crude, Ace? Yeah. So inconsistent.
Yeah, crude's tough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and the future set is probably one of the more difficult ones to learn. If
I
you're
would agree.
trying to find an alternative ticker, I would probably suggest to maybe look at gold as opposed to crude. If you're looking.
Yeah.
It's easier.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy call there. Do I want to master crude or gold?
Shenanigans in YouTube says, I traded with Blue Sky once with a 300K static account at the start of the year. Well, you know what? It's time to take a look at some of our great launch plans. We have some on sale for $49 and $69. So a fraction of what you probably paid at the beginning of the year. We've got some great sales. Check them out. I'm a master in liquidation. Join the party.
Good comment tomorrow.
But let me ask you this, Amaro. Do you have employee of the month for master in liquidation?
What's your thoughts on the current like NQ, ES? Like I kind of just feel like it's the earlier trades playing out right now.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean earlier
Like-
trades playing out right now?
Like the trend today has been pretty. It hasn't really forced a lot of tough decisions, I would say. I guess my question is, are you looking at this current situation? Do you see the potential of a new trade? Do you see the potential of momentum playing out here? Or do you kind of feel like sometimes I feel like as you come into the last hour, when you've had a really good trend throughout the day, that the market kind of just says we're done. Like they just kind of allowed those first trades to play out. They get stopped out, kind of like you did. You got stopped out, and you're like, "Yeah, it's been a great day." You know, they don't feel the need to push it any longer. So do you see the current trend, the current pattern on the 5-minute chart? Do you see an entry? Do you see kind of just technically what do you see here?
So it really depends on what the trader would be looking at this side of the day. Like you pointed out, we've had a massive move in the morning session. So normally this is an abnormal day. This is a special day. This is an expansion day that we get 1 to 2 days out of the week. But normally what I see on days like this is the aggressive push. It either is going to be explosive and continuous throughout the day, which obviously we can tell on the chart. That has not been the case. It has been a slow grind throughout the day. It's been difficult to grind up through the day. You know, traders have been trying to stack in, trying to call a top. You know, we've seen them get cut. And you can kind of see that where you pull back into the 9 and, you know, even on the 5 minute, not even getting close to the 26. It just goes to show that there's not enough bears in the market right now. Now, if I look at the options chain, I also notice.
Right now.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said bears are in hibernation right now.
Yeah, and if I look at the options chain, I also see that there's not a lot of sell orders. There's about twice the amount of volume on the buy side versus the sell side right now is what I'm looking at. And in some cases on the strike, it's significantly different. A, it's like 1,000, it's like 2,000 difference between the opposite. You know, for me to get like a 4 out the money put on SPX right now, open interest is 353. For me to look at a 3 out the money call on SPX, there's 1,819. So that's how drastic of a difference, and how you can tell that traders are looking for more upside, not necessarily downside. If you're looking for probably an end of day trade, the safest bet would probably be maybe a scalping on a short off of it, because there should be some profit taking later in the day.
And that's kind of what my question really was, is do you see the bulls? Because I don't see a bear around the indexes right now. So I don't see this as a bull versus bear conversation. I see this as a bull versus bull conversation. Call it bull long, bull crime, where the bulls really drive it up, and then the bulls kind of lock that profit in to kind of, you know, give you a little bit of the topping fill here. And that's just kind of how I feel coming into the last 40 minutes here. It's been a really good trading session. Kind of feels like bulls want to take their foot off the gas.
And usually that's what we see.
Kind of saying the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's usually what we see. Because if we get consolidation in the first half of the session, that means that the market has just been wound up all day waiting for the move. In this case, we've already had the move. The move has occurred. So now it's mainly, you know, scalping smaller ranges, which you would need to be really on a much lower time frame. You know, earlier in the session, I was running in the 30 and the 1 minute just so I could, you know, if I wanted to find an opportunity to scalp, you know, you can kind of see what I did there. You know, we scalped a short here, scalped another short here, you know, because you're also kind of trying to figure out where is the top, and you don't want to get caught in it if it decides to reverse and people start taking profit. You know, if you've got an algo that kicks in, or if a sell side imbalance really pushes in, because the only thing that would give us an explosive move to the upside would be some kind of news event. We'd have to have something with tariffs, some deal being made. Yeah, and that's not happening, you know.
Not today.
No.
Like, and the reason I said that is they have they're doing a medical announcement of some sort on
Tylenol.
autism at the White House this afternoon. So there's not going to be any like news coming out of it.
Yeah,
I think they're linking autism rates to Tylenol usage in pregnancy. I'm not smart enough to understand it, but I think that's what's happening.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're going to be discussing with the health secretary Kennedy. So I think he's going to be talking about how pregnant mothers should not be taking Tylenol because that leads to children being born with autism. So I was also hearing I was also hearing something about some treatment for that. So
some what, brother?
Some type of treatment for autism?
Yeah, and I believe tomorrow the announcement's going to be on Dr. Oz's company about how he owns some of the treatment there, brother.
Wow.
Yeah, I think some of that's going on right now. I wonder if that stock's publicly traded. Huh. I'm gonna have to look that up. Dr. Oz does own a patent on a drug that manufactures something along the. I'll do a little research. Riz, I'll be right back, brother.
You got it. Alrighty, team. We're about 35 minutes from the close of the New York cash session. I'm my own boss, so I'm the best employee. Just saying. Absolutely, Amara. You make sure you hang up those certificates. You make sure you put those up on the wall. I've got a few of mine up when I first started. France now recognizes the state of Palestine. Oh, okay. Ain't you gonna give it up? Get some taking profits here in the latter half of the day, maybe? Or maybe not. So we're doing a little bit of a rejection there at the top. Wow. Same for gold, starting to sell.
Amaro, that is a wonderful, fantastic question. How would you consider a trend break or a fake break? To break a trend, breaking a support level does not equate to breaking. Breaking a pattern does not equate to breaking it. To break a trend, you have to break to break a trend, you have to violate the support level of what I would consider the deep area of the retracement zone. It's not easy. It doesn't happen in one singular moment. Obviously, to break a trend, you can also double top on the resistance side of the equation. You know, for example, I'll share my screen. I'll give you an example on the daily chart. That was very, very, very important. Give me a second. Let me know when you can see my screen, guys. I think it's trying to share here.
What's up?
Okay. So, Omaro, for me, that's a very good question, by the way. For me, like this has been the dominant trend line in the market for the better part of the entirety of this current. To me, this was an ascending triangle pattern. Okay. So, for example, you have a lot of different areas of support in a trend. This would be a really good conversation for the lab on Thursday, by the way. There's a lot of different areas of support. And when you deal with either a breakout or a breakdown or whatever pattern you're dealing with, you ultimately want to see it confirmed. And so when you're violating a 90, for example, within a trend, I wouldn't exactly say the market coming underneath the 9 EMA right here. So for example, right here, you see how the market last week tested underneath that pink line, which is 9 EMA, but you stayed above the 20 SMA and you stayed above the trend line. I wouldn't consider that violation there, even if it would have closed underneath that a violation trend. I would have considered it a violation of the momentum within the trend, meaning the bulls gave up momentum. Obviously, covered, didn't test it. You look at this candle here. This candle here was a labor market candle. We had a lot of volatility on that labor market day. It actually set forth the, you know, the situation where we got rate cuts last week. But if you would have violated here, when you're violating that very important trend line and you're underneath your shorter duration moving averages, I would have considered that violating trend. And thus that would have officially, for me, if we would have closed underneath this trend line on that labor market print right here, guys, we're not talking about this here in the market. If this candle would have closed under here, I would have guaranteed we would have saw something like that, because that would have been a violation of trend. This is not a violation of trend. And so there's what I've always said in trend analysis is there's a moment in time where you do violate that trend. But it's not like, for example, here, you're not violating the trend here just because you gave up the EMA. You're not even violating the trend here when you gave up the 20 SMA because you're still on the trend line. There's always going to be that point on that trend line that is going to have to hold, or you're going to have to give that back up. And if it holds, you're perfectly fine. If it closes underneath that thing, you have to adjust your thought process a little bit. Yeah, and obviously I'm talking on the daily time frame, but you can say the exact same thing on any time frame there in my estimation. When you're talking like in terms of a fake break in my language would be a fake out. How do you guard against a fake out? You don't. Like they happen. The only thing you can really kind of talk about is what are you looking at in front of them? Not what created the situation that stopped you out, but did you have a quality trend, a quality pattern, did you quality return to risk ratio, was your entry pristine, stop loss exactly where it needs to be, to successfully make that trade on the breakout? Because a lot of times when I see people, and I'm not saying this is you, Amaro, I'm just saying a lot of times when I've worked with people in trading, they're like, oh yeah, I got faked out. And I'm like, you didn't get faked out. You chased the 14th candle in a price move and then it profit took you out. You didn't get faked out on. It's like, that's not you getting faked out. That's you chasing. A fake out would be it closed above that trigger candle. You're breaking through that intraday resistance level right there. You close above the 50 period moving average, and then the next candle comes right back down. That's that fake out. And so it's really about the breakout fake out is really, for me, it's the quality of the trend, the quality of the pattern, and your timing going into the trade. Because you can't determine if this thing is going to close, you trigger above it, and then news comes out and fakes out. Like that's going to happen. What you can control is the pattern going into it. What you can control is the entry, making sure that you see confirmation, getting a stop loss underneath that support level. Those are the things you can control. You can't control if you trigger in on a good signal, comes back down. You just got to learn to deal with those things. What if I don't use an SMA or an EMA? I'm sorry. You should. I don't know why you want it. That's like saying, I'm a baseball player, but I'm not going to use a bat. Oh, on a trend break, then you have to, then again, if it's not a moving average on a trend break, I wasn't talking about the moving average. I was talking about the trend line on the trend break. I even said if it gave up the 9 EMA, that would not be a trend break. Like if you gave up the 9 EMA in this trend right now, that would not be a trend break for me. And so it's not, there's not a one answer on a trend violation because there's a lot of concepts that go into a trend violation. For me, let's say I see everything through the 1, 2, 3 pattern. I've taught about that in the lab. So as the market's coming down, there's going to be key levels of support that you identify: moving averages, prior pivots, Fibonacci zones, numbers, trend lines. There's going to be a lot of different support levels that traders use. Well, how I see it is there's 3 levels that I see within the patterns that develop in a pullback. Because to really kind of talk about the elimination of a trend, i.e. the violation of a trend line, you have to be talking about a support level that it has to violate. I see all 3 of these zones full in. And then once it gets underneath the deeper retracement level, that's how I see trend violation. So I don't think there's like a one answer fits here. Everybody's going to see that concept a little different. But in my estimation, you have to understand the concepts of the depth of the retracement, really talking about a trend violation. Because a trend violation can happen in a variety of ways. It can happen through holding, or it can happen through support breaking. The question is, resistance holding is a scientific process. Like it's an analytical process. There's no hope, want, wish, think. You either see it or you don't. Support violations a little bit more art than science, I would say, in my estimation. And so I'll tell you right now what this gives me a thought process in is we're going to talk about this specific conversation on Thursday's lab. I think this is a wonderful, wonderful question, Omaro. I think it's a technical question that I've considered many, many, many times. And so how about I prepare a lesson and we can talk about that in the trading lab. And if you can't make it on Thursday, I'll record it, put it on our YouTube channel. I see NQ. Are you on NQ? Is that NQ? Is that, what are we looking at there? Gold NQ. Because they both kind of simultaneously did the same thing. that's you have now adopted that as your favorite instrument, RQ? Just go. It's the only one that matters. Yeah, got you, Amaro. On the NQ specifically, would you consider that candle to be a trend violation candle? I think that is kind of the question. Is that kind of what we're talking about? Okay, let me ask you a question, and this is silly, but just answer it, okay? Is that one 5-minute candle a trend violation on the daily chart? I have a point. Just go with me on it. The answer is an obvious no, right? It's not. And you can go down the time frame. Is that 5-minute pullback a trend violation on the 4-hour chart? No, it's not. Is it a trend violation on the 1-hour chart? Nope, that's just extended. Is it a trend violation on the 30-minute chart? Nope, haven't even touched the 9 EMA. Is it a trend violation on the 15-minute chart? I think you can maybe argue a little bit. That's where it starts getting into a little bit of a debate. But I would say no. I would say what it's doing is just pulling back against the previous bullish wave, is what I would say. So I would actually argue that you would be going into for on the Elliott wave trend on this 15 chart. So it's violating a trend line tomorrow, I would say. Oh, I stopped sharing. Come on, yell at me. So, like, you're kind of violating that trend line right there, right? But honestly, the only thing you're really doing is pulling back, and a trend is a trend as long as it's higher high, higher low. So as long as it's higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, that's still a bullish uptrend. You have given up the momentum. So what I would suggest here is if you're looking at the Q, and this is kind of what me and RQ were talking about earlier today, is that coming into the late part of the session here, it kind of felt like the momentum shifting, right? And we were talking about how there's bull on bull crime. Bulls pushed it up and how the bulls are kind of driving, could profit take on the downside close here. And we are seeing that play out a little. And so how I would see this is just a retracement situation against this previous move here. Now my line's all crazy. So here's your previous move. This would just be the corrective retracement, giving up the 9 EMA. Basically, is the confirmation that the trend is giving up the momentum. It's not an indication that the trend is over. It's given up the momentum, and now it's starting. And now you entertain the pullback through what I call depth of the retracement. And I'm actually writing a little bit of a book, and I actually have been working on this all weekend long. And right here, I actually talked about it. Kind of the how to navigate the depth of the trace. Once again, I think this is going to be a really, really, really good technical conversation on Thursday. But to me, you're just giving up the momentum. That's it. You're still in a bullish uptrend. You're still thinking bullish. You're waiting on the bullish pullback to come to a conclusion. And that's depth. I like your follow-up question now, Marl. RQ, how about when I get it done, I just give it to you?
Seems like a sell on NQ is working into the close, like we talked about earlier.
Yeah. I love that, RQ. I look at the 9 EMA and everything. Like I can't not look at the 9 because I've personally considered the 9 EMA to be the #1 momentum indicator in the market. price is above the 90 EMA, that tells you one thing. When the price is underneath the 90 EMA, it's another thing. The pocket between the 9 and the 20 I see as the bull zone. Bull zones meaning that's kind of a level where you would expect some degree of action, I would say, which means you're in like shallow flag patterns right now on the 15-minute chart. You could also look at the 90 EMA when it crosses over the 20. If the 90 EMA crosses over the 20, we're talking about something more than just a loss. You're talking about something a little bit more than. And so, like the 90 EMA, I don't use it as crossovers. I use it more as an indication of momentum. I use it as a very important support zone with the construct of a trend. I use it from from a perspective of the zones between 90 EMA and 20 SMA. But I don't know if like I would consider the 90 EMA at some point crossing another moving average. And if I would, it would be the 20. If the 90 EMA crosses 20, I think you could argue at that point you don't have up like see and by the way, when the shorter moving average is flatline, they're not playing a role. But you look at like this movement. Okay, 90 EMA crosses above. That trend stays bullish throughout the entire flat line. Crosses under, violate, pretty good. So, like you could certainly say, and it would be pretty accurate to suggest that if the 90 EMA crosses 20 SMA, you've given up enough momentum of the short-term trend to consider that more of a. Oh, I don't think it's pointless to trade any time frame higher than the 30 and the 15-minute chart tomorrow. No. I would strongly that. I think you're being extremely subjective in that. You might like to trade shorter time, but your shorter time frames are not more powerful than the 1 hour chart. Just yeah, the 1 hour chart to prep the day, absolutely. The 1 hour to set trends, the 1 hour to set like important support and resistance zones, like absolutely 100% on the same you are. If you're talking just about the close, yes. You got to time that distance. Absolutely 100%. I was saying in general, right? In general, like I know wonderful day traders that trigger on the 4 hour time, on the 1 hour time frame, and do all of their analysis on the 4 hour time frame, and they're some of the best day traders I've ever met. So, like, yeah, sometimes we get caught up in the 1, 2, 3, 5 minute time frame. But if you're triggering on a 1 hour time frame and you're holding that trade 10 hours and you're capturing the vast majority of the price, and you don't have to stare at the chart all day, like that's not a bad trading system. Like those are really, really compelling trading systems. And so that's what I was talking about. But as you're coming into certain time periods, like you're coming into the cash open, going through the power hour, like you can't do your trade setup on a 1 hour chart in trade hour, in power hour. You obviously have to shorten that time down. So I do agree with you, and I think we're. I love these questions, by the way, Omaro, you're quickly becoming one of my favorites. Questions, discussion, posting charts. Team, you're seeing how it's done here. Well done, Omaro. Appreciate the conversation as well.
Looks like we're gonna get a rip. Market's kind of bouncing back on the lower time frames. Yep.
Well, the charts and Riz, you can share now. Oh, I'm sorry, you got yours up. Yeah, and the charts speak truth, right, Omaro? And it just helps kind of when you're asking a question, sometimes it's hard to decipher. Not you, I'm just in general. Sometimes it's hard to decipher exactly what the question is. But if you give a chart, a visual, it certainly does help. By the way, those people,
The other thing, Amaro, is looking at a higher time frame. You can have a higher confluence for a bigger move. So if you're looking for expansions, the higher time frames will give you that because you're going to look for the pivots. You're going to look for those big areas of support and resistance, and the higher time frames will allow you to see that and visualize it, or where you could possibly take a trade in on that day, or be present, ready to participate in the market. Because obviously you got to make sure it does come to fruition, that the market does what you need. It has to do X, Y, and Z in order to provide you what you're looking for. So that's the other thing that some of us do. I'm fairly certain that Mike probably is always looking at the higher time frames. That's why, he's able to identify those big days that we have expansions.
well, a lot of his major levels, you might not see it on the time frame that he's looking at because there's a lot of lines there. But a lot of those levels are based on longer time frames. Yeah. And Mike knows, he's navigating those longer time frames. But wonderful point, Riz, and I'll just add on top of that. When you're doing a lot of analysis on like a 1, 2, 3, 5 minute time frame, for example, you're going to see pivots there that are extremely important that you will target. That you're like, oh, you have to target at that level. That's a really important level. Look at that on that 5 minute chart. We get so stuck on that, right? But you pull up an hour chart and that's nothing. Like it doesn't matter to it. It doesn't even exist. It's fairy dust. And so sometimes you read, if you're not taking into account longer term horizon, sometimes you're reading on that 5 shorter term. A little bit mixed because the longer time smooth out the volatility better. Great trading day. Great discussion there. Yeah, like on the hourly chart, that's just a flag break confirmation, giddy up and go, 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 go. Like that's and then on the, basically, I was something fairly similar on gold, and quite frankly, or this, you had a violation of that trend line, broke back up, looked pretty good. It wasn't a flag, it was more of a short-term personal gold coming into.
Definitely.
That's a good trigger tomorrow. That's good analysis there on that chart. By the way, just to make you guys jealous today, I got Dave's hot chip. Throwing it out there. Went with the medium spice because it was a spicy day. Listen, I'm not ashamed. I'll do a Taco Bell every now and then there, RQ. There's no doubt about that. Or no doubt. But no, my friend. Oh, you should smell this. So good. So good. That's a great point there, Ace. Like, it should be RQ. It should be illegal everywhere, by the way. That's a great point, Ace. And it did for a good couple years. And I think the number one thing that did it was the flight from Mumbai to Shanghai. That about did.
That's spicy, huh?
Lasted for a couple years.
I used to not like spicy food when I was younger. few years ago, my palate changed, and all of a sudden it became like not a big deal, and now, yeah, I definitely dig, spicy
I'll
food.
dig it to a degree, but like I don't want to feel pain. Like I did the Buffalo Wild Wing Challenge one time, Riz, at a kind of a corporate event one time, and I'm not lying when I say my my face was like it was burned, like legit burns on my face. And you don't want to understand that flight. I'll never do it again. But a little spice, little make you feel alive. That's
4 minutes here.
yeah, two clean kisses off that 15-minute ace. Very clean kisses off that. Set up the high base. Like if we had 3 more hours left in this day, I'd be like, this is so good. I think it sets up pretty decent going into the overnight hour though. Overnight session. By the way, tomorrow morning, 15 minutes after the bell, we have PMI numbers. PMI numbers are secondary economic reports right now, but they do get posted after the market opens. And so expect a little bit more volatility tomorrow morning, about 15 minutes into the market session, because we get both PMI numbers out of manufacturing and out of service. So that'll be a little bit of additional volatility tomorrow morning. We also have Fed Chairman Powell giving a speech tomorrow during the trading session as well. Now, obviously, anything Powell says can move the needle in the market. But just to kind of understand what his speech is, he's given his speech on economic outlook at the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce Economic Outlook Luncheon in Rhode Island. Doubt he's going to give us anything new that he didn't give last. More just kind of probably explaining some of his thoughts last week, I would say. So PMI numbers in the morning should create a little bit of a spark, a little bit of additional volatility in that first 30 tomorrow morning. And tomorrow, there is a difference. And again, I'm just going back to our original conversation. We'll talk about this in the lab on Thursday. There is a difference between violating support, violating a pattern, and violating. And I'll explain all of those on Thursday.
Ding, ding, ding. There's your bell.
Ding, ding, guys. We did it, Riz.
We did it, my friend.
We did it. Amaro, I said I was going to on Thursday. I'll be talking about the violation of what equates to the violation of a trend. To do that, you got to tell the story of violation of support, to violation of patterns, to violation of trend. We'll explain those technical thoughts on Thursday during the Blue Sky Lab. And for those of you that don't know, we do a Blue Sky Lab, do it every Thursday, right after the market session with Coach Matt.
That's right, Coach. Every Thursday. Coach Matt cut out. Oh, he was talking about his free class every Thursday. So don't forget to catch that as well. And I think that just about concludes our day trading, day. I think that was a dub in the books. I hope you folks were all green. It seems like quite a few folks were. I don't think I heard anybody say that they had a bad day. So that's
Who got green today? Let us know.
Yeah, let's see who's green. All right,
Who's green today? Come on.
Look at RQ over there.
RQ doing the Lord's work. Nice job.
Yeah. Too late for this. Yep.
Job ain't on. Anybody besides RQ want to thank Gold for their good day today? I do. I want to give a shout out to Gold. I want to give a shout out to the ES for consistency. Thank you for that consistency today. Appreciate that. I want to give a shout out to the future price action on silver at $50. Want to give that shout out too.
Oh, 50.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's on a journey. It's on a walkabout, and it's not ending until 50. We're going to have multiple patterns between now and 50. I'm not saying tomorrow, guys. I'm just saying I don't believe this current moment in silver and gold and until we start working up a little bit more.
Well,
Like a
I
rocket.
can't wait to see it.
Like a rocket, RQ.
I can't wait to see it, Coach. And I know that you and I will both be here to be tapping our toes when we're making money off that gold trade and silver.
That's right. And if we get stopped out, we'll still be here to complain about it.
Well, let's not hope we're going to complain. Let's hope that we're cheering.
I don't want to complain.
I don't want to complain either.
I don't want to complain. All right, guys. Awesome power hour. Riz, thank you so much for having me as always.
No problem.
And I will see you guys tomorrow.
You got it, Coach. Thanks.
I agree with that, Ace. I think we're seeing something macro repricing, and I don't think that's over. I agree with that. Later, team. See you tomorrow.
Later, Coach. Thanks again. And don't forget, if you enjoyed Coach Matt's commentary the last hour, you can catch him every single Thursday after market close. That's right. An hour of just Coach Matt, all to yourselves in our live trading class after market close every Thursday, free of charge. No charge to attend. So if you want an opportunity to ask someone that has been in the market and has years of experience as a market maker on both sides, then take advantage of it. And our fantastic sales. And again, thank you to everybody, our YouTube viewers, Shenanigan, Ace, Rage Quitter, Businesslands. I'll talk to our marketing team and I'll see if I can get something together for this week. How about that? We'll see if we can figure out something. Maybe we'll do something big. Maybe we'll go for like a Friday target or something like that. Then we'll see whose target or whose number gets hit or something like that. We'll figure it out. Again, thank you all again for joining us. Don't forget about those great specials that we've got going on. Launch pads on sale for $49 and $69. My DMs are open. If you guys need anything, feel free to shoot me a buzz. I saw you guys in after hours with Coach Mike, with Mike in VC, and I didn't get a jump in, but if I see him, I will. So again, good luck in the market. Have a fantastic day, team, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great one.